Well, good afternoon, good evening, half day from Guam. My name is Bill Jeffrey. I'm Associate Professor in Anthropology here at the University of Guam. I trust we're all in breakout room 1. So we have only three papers in this session, this morning's session for track 1. We had one cancellation at the last moment. So we have 3 papers that from Dr. Vilar, Professor Vilar, Professor Camacho from the University of Guam, Ashley Meredith from the FSN, National Historic Preservation Office, and Svetlana and Krise Rasmussen from Guam. So we'll stick with the 20 minutes and have 5-minute, 10-minute question. If you have questions, you can put it in the chat. But because we only have 3 and the timing is for 4, we'll have 30 minutes after the 3rd paper for more in-depth questions. So I think we should stay with the 20 minutes for the presentation, 5-minute chat at the start, and then have a longer depth questions at 30 minutes. So I would like to introduce Professors Miguel Vilar from the University of Maryland, and Dr. Professor Camacho from the University of Guam, who we're talking about using genomic data to uncover early Chamorro origins. So I'll hand the floor over to Professor Vilar and Professor Camacho. Thank you.
This is Dr. Vilar speaking. Have a day.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. So I'll be the only speaker today. Dr. Camacho won't be joining. He is UOG faculty there at biology. I've actually taught one course at UOG about 2 years ago, right? Summer of 2019, and in anthropology, but I did not get a chance to meet Dr. Jeffrey when I was there. But I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much. Do I have control? I can start sharing in my screen. Well, thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. My name is Dr. Miguel Vilar. I'm a genetic anthropologist. So I study people. I use DNA to study our history, our commonality, our migration patterns, our evolution. And I've been working in Guam off and on for the past about 10 years. And I'm presenting some new data here on this presentation, review some old data and presenting some new ones. So the title of my talk is Using New Genomic Data to Study Early Chamorro History. And you see several of us co-authors listed there. Dr. Camacho is from UOG in biology. Several others are collaborators of mine from National Geographic, Family Tree DNA, as well as my colleague, Dr. Shore from the University of Pennsylvania. And we have various affiliations. This is a sort of collaborative project. At this point, there's about 6 of us, but we began further conversations with historians, as well as another biological anthropologist to expand the scope of this project. So you see all of the different icons and all of the different parts of this project. All the different universities have come together in this project. So let me jump right in and tell you about what we're doing, the results we have. And but first, let me sort of set the background here. I'm going to be talking about using words like history and prehistory a lot. History, I'm referring to the written record, what we have written down about the history of Guam and the Marianas. Prehistory is that sort of is before the written record. Archaeology, linguistics, I'll be talking about those as well. And then what I do, which is the genetics. So a little bit about the history. The Marianas were the first Pacific island encountered by Europeans in 1521. Magellan landed on Guam. That was now about 501 years ago. During Spanish Chamorro Wars, the Spanish emptied several other islands and repopulated people to Guam. And as you can imagine, moving people around has an effect on the genetic composition of people today. So I'll be looking a little bit into that. And also the size of the population is important in my studies. So at time of Spanish contact, we've had estimates of the population of the islands, primarily Guam, or over 50,000. By the early to mid 1700s, the population had been brought down to less than 4,000 or 5,000. The smallpox epidemic in Guam in 1850s brought that back down again. So you see moments of bottleneck in population. By the end of Spanish rule, 1898, it had grown to about 10,000, and now just Guam alone is 168,000 people. So I'll be touching about these historical numbers as we go through. A little more about what Spanish said about the Chamorro at the time of contact. They were tall, muscular, straight black hair, bodies covered in skeletal oil, and they suggested that the Chamorro were unique among Pacific Islanders of having the strong muscular physique. The language of the Chamorro people is also unique among languages of the Pacific. Was originally grouped with indigenous languages from the Philippines. Today is more commonly grouped with languages in Eastern Indonesia, namely Sunda and Sulawesi. And you can see that sort of tree of the various Austronesian language groups, with the Chamorro language right here in the bottom, with a sister group of languages in Sulawesi, Sundas, and more cousins with other languages around it. And only distantly related to languages in other parts of Micronesia, namely the Carolines, the Yap, and Palau, the closest other islands to the Marianas, speak a different Austronesian language. And a little background on archaeology, although there are archaeologists listening, so I don't want to speak too much that I probably don't know nearly as much as others, but I use archaeology sort of to set up my hypotheses. And what we know from the archaeological record, material evidence, is that we think Marianas were first settled about 3,500 years ago, what we call the Pre-Lati or Unai period. And we know this from a distinct type of pottery called Marianas red pottery. And there is similar pottery to Marianas red in other parts of island Southeast Asia, namely Taiwan, Philippines, and Eastern Indonesia. Not exactly the same, but similar. And like I do with genes, archaeologists and linguists can use related types to draw sort of trees of commonality and shared ancestry that way. The oldest sites of this time period date back to Trago Point and Lau Lau and Saipan. And some much later, about 2,000, 2,500 years later, a new period, then called the Lati period, is unique to the Marianas, right? Starting around 1,000 years ago. And this is associated with these very well-known Lati pillars, possibly used to hold up buildings in prehistoric times. Likewise, around that time, we see the first evidence of rice, although that's not confirmed. There's very small evidence of rice, but it's also the only place in Oceania where there is rice cultivation in this island of Guam. So a couple distinct material evidence to who was here prehistorically, right? We don't have written record. We use archaeology to help guide us in this. So in a summary for all these earlier settlers, and this is also stuff that I published in 2012 and others have published as well. The Marianas were first settled likely from island Southeast Asia around 3,500 years ago, possibly from seagoers, likely Austronesian speakers. We think a contemporary yet separate migration from island Southeast Asia is the one that spread across Melanesia to Polynesia. So not the same, but a separate related migration gave rise to the peopling of probably coastal Melanesia and all throughout Polynesia. So the what we saw linguistically, this cousin relationship between the languages falls nicely with this. And around 2,000 years ago, the sea levels actually were lower, giving rise in a sense to some of the atolls, neighboring atolls of the Carolines. And that's the first time that we see people living there. And would that have influenced the genetic composition of the Marianas Islands, and namely Guam? That's one of the things that we don't know for sure. So when I published the paper, 2012, it was called The Origins and Genetic Distinctiveness of the Chamorros of the Mariana Islands. I used mitochondrial DNA perspective, and I had three main hypotheses. In support of linguistic and archaeological data, Chamorro descendants from the original settlers that arrived in a region of Southeast Asia. We weren't exactly sure, but we knew that somewhere in Southeast Asia, we could look for these origins, going back about 3,500 to 3,000 years ago. Was there any gene flow from the neighboring islands in the last 2,000 years? And was there a separate migration from island Southeast Asia, maybe in the last 1,000 years, that introduced this new technology, Lati, as well as possibly rice, that would have also contributed to the Chamorro gene pool? And I mean gene pool, I mean the DNA, the makeup of our ancestors that come together to make us. Could have been influenced by these three different waves of migration. And these were my hypotheses. Here's some of the things that we found back then. Well, I'm going to summarize here. We have two different sort of lab methods and fieldworks that happened. The first one was the one that we published on, work done by my advisor, Koji Lam, back then in between 94 and 2003. He enrolled 122 participants on his project from Guam, Rota, and Saipan. And these are the samples that I worked on myself and published this paper in 2012. It was strictly on mitochondrial DNA. I'll explain what that is, which is different than other parts of the DNA. But in 2013, which is what I'm going to talk about more now, I returned to Guam and actually enrolled more people through National Geographic, where I used to work for many years, and in the Genographic Project. And there we looked at a more comprehensive, what I call genomic look, as opposed to more genetic. Genomic is across the entire genome through National Geographic support. So there were two different phases. The first one was published on, and the second one I'll be presenting more right now. So what we found in the first one using uniparental genetics, uniparental means inherited by only one parent. So mitochondrial DNA is that you inherit from your mother, and that's what I studied on the original paper. We look at shared variations in the DNA, and we group them into what we call related groups, or haplogroups. Haplogroup A has certain mutations, haplogroup B has a few others, and then within B you have certain branches like this one, B4A, 1A, 1A, that has a certain number of mutations. And likewise, group E, I mentioned B and E primarily because those are the groups in mitochondria found in the Marianas Islands. E2A would have the same mutations within E and a few others as well. So these are markers that are passed on only from one parent at a time, the mitochondria and the Y chromosome likewise from the father's side. And what's interesting about these is that they don't get reshuffled or mixed, so we can actually tell a story about something deep, prehistorical in many cases, something that happened 1,000, 5,000 years ago and so forth, because these lines go in a sense almost intact throughout that time. They accumulate mutations, but mutations are passed on directly from one parent to the other without mixing, from one parent to the offspring without mixing with the DNA from the other parent. And that's why they're great for this kind of study, these deep historical studies. So what we found in the early study was that among the 122 individuals, 85 of them were from Guam, 6 from Rota, and 31 from Saipan. We found differences immediately between the ones from Guam and Rota and the ones from Saipan. And we knew that prehistorically people in Saipan had been removed and brought down to the larger island of Guam, and Saipan was later repopulated, partially by people returning from Guam and Rota, but also from people coming from the Caroline Islands. And what I wanted to show immediately is the green and yellow colors are Guam and Rota, and they are primarily found in the E, and one exception down here, what I call the Chamorro type within the group B. Whereas the red from Saipan are very much higher in the red colors here, and less so in the green, and less so in the E. More B and less E for the Saipan. And these are characteristically defined by these markers, and they have different historical associations, whether you're group E or group B4A1 and so forth. So we look at the mutations and we can plot them in what we call a network diagram of relatedness. And these groups E and B are not related. They're tens of thousands of years apart. However, E itself is a unique group from island Southeast Asia, and so is B, but they have different histories and different trajectories. But they somehow themselves came together in Guam. Now, I found group E to be very interesting because it was actually the most common one in Guam and Rota, accounting for upwards of 89% of people who identified as Chamorro will belong to group E. And namely, the two major branches that we found here were E1A and E2A. So E2A was about 61%, E1A was about 28% of the people that we worked with. There was one case of an E1B, but that we think may have come later. Then what I did immediately was try to see where else in the world we found the unique combination of E2A and E1A, as well as the B, which I'll look at later. And nowhere else. Immediately stuck out that E is quite rare, and however, it's a very, very common one in the Marianas. The neighboring more larger islands to the west, Philippines, Indonesia, these occur at a very low percent, 3%, 9%. In Taiwan and the Philippines, 2 and 8, so comparable. You don't get into higher numbers until you get to the islands of Sulawesi, Sumba. I don't have anything from the Moluccas over here because nothing had been done at that time. no work had been done except a little bit in the South Moluccas, where you're getting comparable numbers as well. So Sulawesi, Sumba, Moluccas are the only ones that come close for E1A, less so for E2A. So this immediately stood out to me as seeing a stronger connection between the Marianas and these islands of Eastern Indonesia and less so to the Philippines, but it wasn't conclusive. It was just sort of preliminary data. We also looked at the frequencies among Yapese, Palauans, and other places, and it was nowhere close in similarity. Anyway, we could also estimate how old the lineages are in a certain place by looking what we call a time of coalescence. DNA mutates over time, almost like ticks on a clock that mutates. And if you arrive with one lineage, over time, that one spreads and becomes daughter and granddaughter lineages and so forth. So going backwards in time, we can estimate when that first one may have arrived. So E itself goes back to over almost 10,000 years ago. That would have been way earlier than anything was happening in the Marianas. But E1A and E2A are younger, possibly associated with events happening in the Marianas, or maybe right before the arrival in the Marianas, 3,000 years ago, and this one's closer to 5,700 years ago. So these are the age of these different clusters of mitochondrial DNA, E1A and E2A. And also we started looking for that specific type that I showed you that was within haplogroup B, only found in Guam and Rota. I called it the Chamorro type. These are mutations associated with it. But B is actually quite common everywhere else in the Pacific. This is the one that we associated with great fast movement throughout Polynesia. It makes it to Hawaii, New Zealand, Easter Island. This B4A1 is very common throughout there. Or in Guam, it accounts for less than about 10, maybe 11% or so. In Yap and Palau, it's over 40%. In Indonesia, it's comparable, 4 to 14%. Very low in the Philippines. So again, this one could be a signal of some movement coming from the other islands back towards the Guam. However, this unique type, which is similar to what we call the Polynesia motif, the one that's found everywhere else in Polynesia, is different by 2 mutations. These numbers, these usually 5-digit, 4-digit numbers, are mutations in the DNA. We just mark them on a spot on the DNA, and it's different than the commonly found Polynesian by 2 extra mutations. And those 2 mutations, at this point in time, had never been seen anywhere else in the Pacific, or anywhere else in Southeast Asia or Asia in general. Again, very unique to Chamorro, not just the Marianas, but actually just Guam and Rota. So that was a puzzle to me. And when we published, we still did not have an answer as to where that may have come from. But back then we had some conclusions. We said genetics support linguistic and archaeological evidence of an origin in island Southeast Asia. I hypothesized primarily Eastern Indonesia because of the similarities in languages, archaeology, but also slight more similar genetics. E1 and E2 came early, possibly with the first arrivals. B may have come later. B could possibly be the Chamorro type associated with a later coming that may have bought Lati and rice. We do not see any connection with the Carolines in Guam and Rota, but yes, in Saipan. So that relocation we know from historically is evident on the mitochondrial DNA. And that's one thing that I started thinking, well, can I use DNA to start answering some more historical questions and not just this prehistorical questions? So in 2013, I came way back. That was the second Marianas History Conference. It was actually the first time I came to Guam. I had communicated with researchers here. I was just finished grad school, and I began to do work. I spent some time at UOG, and I've returned to visit. I've gone back about 6 or 7 times. And like I said, I taught there the summer of 2019. And I had a great time at the conference, met some amazing people, some of which are here listening right now. And I met that summer or that fall. And in the process, we began a new project here in Guam under the support of the National Geographic's Genographic Project, which I later became the director for. And we enrolled several people, almost 90, about 88 people joined the project. And here's a couple men that joined the project that week I was here. So this is now the 2010s. We have much better data, much higher resolution. We can actually look deeper into the DNA in a sense. We're using what we call chips, SNP arrays, or chips, almost look like computer chips that can analyze DNA for you. That was a new technology back in 2013 when I was doing this. And quite quickly and inexpensively, we can look at a lot of markers, 150,000 markers to be exact, points in your DNA. So what we quickly saw is that the patterns in the mitochondrial DNA, the one I studied originally, were the same that we had seen earlier. the 85 or so % of haplogroup E, but now we can actually see better resolution with better data, what branch specifically of E. And namely, it was E2A that stayed the same, but the E1A, now we can tell it's actually a sub-branch called E1A1B. So very specific. So now trying to find this specifically E1A1B, as well as this other tumoral type became what interested me about the mitochondrial DNA. But E and B percentage in general for the participants was 87% and 13%, very similar to what we saw in the previous study, which was 89 and 11%, so almost identical. If you looked at everybody across, included some Filipinos and others that participated, the numbers were slightly different. We had a chance also to look at the Y chromosome. So I mentioned earlier the Y chromosome is inherited in a similar fashion, but it comes down through the father's line. So a man has it, women unfortunately don't have it, so we can only study half the population with Y chromosome. But if I study myself, I see my father's DNA and my father's father and my father's father's father. So I enrolled 42 Chamorro men on this project, and we were able to look at the DNAs and see a slightly different array of haplogroups, of related groups, most of them having connections to continental East Asia, Taiwan, Philippines, as well to Indonesia. And a few, about 16%, were European. So that's not very surprising because Guam, we knew, was colonized and dominated by Spain for many, many years. But 60% seemed quite high. This would mean that 16% people of Chamorros from Guam had a great grandfather of European ancestry directly from the father's side. So this was a connection back to Europe and most likely Spain, about 16%. Not high. You see higher ones in Latin America, sometimes 70 or 80% European Y chromosome, but still significant amount, 16% European. The connection to Indonesia in the men's side was a little lower, 23%. Stronger connection is seen here, possibly to the Philippines and Taiwan and East Asia. Although the borders between Philippines and Indonesia were quite, back prehistorically were not that distinct, as the sea levels were lower, the islands were larger, people were moving across, and there were no political names as the Philippines, islands of Philippines, or islands of Indonesia. So it's very, very different with the Y chromosome that we see with the mitochondria. However, when I did the network diagrams, the same type of analysis, I found very similar patterns with a very large core, probably associated with early migration of E2A. We call it E2A star because it's unique and it's not found in any subgroup elsewhere. It's again, E2A is very common, but it's an older type of E2A. Remember, I said maybe 5,000 years old or so. And some sub-branches of it now occur as well, giving it an age of about 6,000. So my earlier estimate was about 5,700. This is about 6,000. So this is telling me the origin of E2A is somewhere in the Philippines or Indonesia, probably before, or most likely before the arrival of any humans in the Marianas, so 6,000 years ago or so. Now, E1A1B, now we know no longer just E1A, now we know the correct sub-branch, is younger, about 4,800 years old. That does not exist at all in the Philippines. Thousands of people from the Philippines have tested in Indonesia as well. It only occurs about 1%, almost 2% in Indonesia, and it actually shows up in New Guinea as well. So this is giving us a better perspective. Indonesia twice as much as the Philippines for E2A, and here there's none in the Philippines, only in Indonesia. So again, supporting it. But however, there's no extremely strong evidence. These are just related lineages, however, still pointing to Indonesia as a possible source. Same pattern as well for the Chamorro type I mentioned. However, even now with much more data, thousands of participants from throughout the globe have participated, we still have not found an identical type in Saipan, anywhere else other than in Saipan, Guam, and Rota for this Chamorro type. And as of 2013, that still remained the case. No other, this one Chamorro type is found nowhere else. So since then, a lot has happened. And specifically with the mitochondria, a couple of papers have been published as recently as last year, 2021, and they might hold the key. And I bring these up because they are actually first looks at Wallacea, this area of Indonesia that I've hypothesized for a while could be a cradle of some sort, especially the island of Halmahera. There's some sampling, some work that was done in Ternate, and as well as in the Bird's Head Peninsula of Papua, West Papua, Sorong, and Bird's Head. And what's interesting to me is this data just published last year shows evidence of those exact three lineages. E2A star, not the sub-branches, but the star is in both. E1A, 1B, which was not found in the Philippines. Now we can say it's actually at 5%. Is not common enough in Halmahera, even more common in Bird's Head Peninsula, 10%. The Bird's Head Peninsula has a relative, not the exact same one as the Chamorro type. However, for the first time ever, we found something very similar to the Chamorro type in Halmahera. This island right here in the North Moluccas, but geographically the closest to the Marianas. So this is the first time I'm presenting this connection between 2021 paper and the data that I had published. And what was published shortly thereafter by another group in a paper called Ancient Genomes from the Last 3 Millennia Support Multiple Human Dispersals in Wallachia. Dr. Stone King and many others published this paper in which they had a statement that said, our genetic results are compatible with the route through the North Moluccas, leading to the settlement of the Mariana Islands, as well as the Lapita-related dispersal. So this is one of the strongest evidence to say that possibly this region here may have been the source, the North Moluccas area right here. And they would have been traveling in these types of ships, very different than what we see with the Spanish soon to come. The Y chromosome patterns, the male inherited patterns, were quite different than what we saw with the mitochondria. So we looked at this and we found that a group called O1A, 1B was the most common at about 40%, but it's also found in Filipinos and even Chinese people. However, more diversity in Filipinos and less diversity than you find in Chamorro, which is understood by more homogeneous in places that settled for a shorter amount of time. Then I looked at a certain last name. I'm not going to mention. I'll call it Smith. Last name here are 4 individuals to see, all men, to see if I could see patterns between the last name, which is inherited paternally, and the Y chromosome, which is also inherited paternally. So these 4 or 5 participants here all had a last name I'm going to call Smith. I looked in more detail at their lineages because they seem to group together here. The mutations were common here. These mutations are different. These account for the number of repetitive patterns in different markers of the Y chromosome. So don't worry what the numbers mean. All that matters is that you have similarities and differences between these numbers. So the numbers themselves don't matter. I know you're seeing a whole bunch of numbers. You may not know what they mean. It doesn't matter what they mean. What it means is that you see all of these that have the 23 and the 22 happen to have the same last name. I call Smith. And I grouped together here. These over here all have a 17. They're unique. So the patterns that I grouped together by colors and shared numbers, those are groups of relatives.
5 minutes, Professor Vilar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll finish up. So I did the same thing. I created a network, and I could see quickly that this group that I called Smith all grouped together, possibly with an ancestor going back just about 300 years. So they shared a common male ancestor, and likely to share the same last name. If you look at the whole network, though, all of the diversity within this group was about 2,000 years old. And what we're seeing also is that a lot of Filipinos are sharing lineages with the people from Guam, the Chamorro, but not exactly the same. They're related, but not in an ancestral way, and more like a relative that share a common ancestor back then, not like one ancestral to the other. So they're relative, but they're not ancestral from one to the other. So again, showing a similarity, but not ancestral relationship with the Filipino. So from Island Southeast Asia, we get several other lineages. From Europe, we get that 16% among the male line. I started comparing that to Spain and also to Mexico, because I knew historically we need to consider Mexico. And this is where the history of this project is going to take off now. And there's a lot of high percentage of this group R1B in Mexico and Spain, but less so, only about 4% in Chamorro. Remember, 4% is about a quarter of the 16%. So still significant, this influence in the father sign from Europe. But is it Europe or is it Mexico? What surprised me the most in 2013, I've analyzed it a few times since, was when I actually looked at the rest of the DNA, what we call shared from all mothers and fathers, all your ancestors, grandparents together. We have, what surprised me, a percentage significant, although small, between 3 and 4% Native American DNA showing up in Chamorro, something that we had never seen in Filipinos, and we had actually never seen this high anywhere in the Pacific Islands. And I did several analyses, statistical analyses, and it was always there. And others have taken my data and shown that, yes, it exists. Some people have seen it higher, 6, 7% Native American DNA. not in the mitochondria and not in the Y chromosome, but in the rest, sort of in the mixed part of it. So I started thinking that there must be association with the Manila-Acapulco trade. Acapulco in Mexico, people were boarding ships, and some of those ships ended up in Guam. When we look further, I took that 2013 data and reanalyzed it in 2017 with a higher resolution. It said it wasn't just anywhere in Native Americans, it was North America. North America includes Mexico at 3, 4, 6% in some Chamorro individuals. And the ratio of 4 times as much European to Native American is not something you would ever see of people from Spain, but it's exactly the pattern you would expect from Mexico and maybe other parts of New Spain. So again, this is showing that you don't have a direct connection necessarily in Guam to Spain, but possibly more to Mexico. I also saw patterns here that suggested that the Philippines have a higher continental contribution from mainland Asia, as opposed to Chamorro, who may have had contribution once in history and not subsequent contribution, 10-1 versus 5-1. Palau was different, and we have one Palau participant who showed a lot of influence from Melanesia, gene flow coming from other parts, which with Filipino and Chamorro, it's less than 2% influence from New Guinea and those southern parts. One last thing I wanted to point out is now we can do something called chromosome painting. We've been doing this just in the last month or so. So this is somebody of Chamorro ancestry who allowed me to use this data for presentation. And this is, again, looking at the different geographic compositions in somebody's DNA. So this participant is about 77% Asian, mostly island Southeast Asia is his composition, highlighted across chromosomes 1 to 22, painted on the chromosomes in the color purple. What interested me the most is the green and the blue are what represents the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe, showing up about 16% together, and then the American contribution, namely North America, about 4%. So I went in and said, can we see exactly where this American is right here, together with possibly some European? And it's big chunks in different chromosomes. Chromosome 2, 3 shows up in chromosome 8, mostly European there. Chromosome 11, we're seeing these big chunks. And the chunks are measured not in centimeters, but something we call C capital M, centimorgans, areas of continuous DNA. And knowing the length of the DNA and knowing how DNA mixes generation after generation, we can estimate when that part of the DNA entered the gene pool. And we calculate it to be somewhere between 10 and 11 generations ago. This individual had input from Native American ancestry. Going back to 10 or 11 generations is somewhere between 250 and 300 years. That puts it right at the middle of the time the Spanish galleons were moving between Mexico and Manila, and some of which stopped. One specifically, when I'm researching with some historians, may have stopped in 1775, may have shipwrecked in Guam, and as many as 100 or more people of Mexican ancestry would have boarded the island and possibly stayed there and mixed with the local population, which at the point would have been 4,000 or 5,000 people. There's new work being done. You'll see this was published in 2020 that showed some ancient DNA. And there's a new paper coming out in 2022. I'm collaborating on this one, a larger paper, which is going to also read out. I can't provide these details just yet, but I can point you towards this new information coming from ancient DNA. Very exciting work. But here, as a summary, finally on all my slides, the new work supports what we knew before. I think even a stronger connection to Eastern Indonesia, possibly a very even strongest ever to Halmahera, where we see that Chamorro type show up. We also want to talk about this European admixture, predominantly Western Mediterranean, possibly mixed in with some Native American at like a 4-to-1 ratio, likely coming from Mesoamerica or possibly Mexico in the 1700s, right? 250 years ago, 250 to 300 puts it right in the middle of the 1700s. So this may reflect the introduction of Mexicans at that time period to the gene pool. So an average of 4% Native American DNA among Chamorro, that could suggest that you would need about 100 to 200 men of Mexican origin to have arrived and mixed with Chamorro population when they were as low as sometime between 1720 and 1770. So that's where my research is going. I'm working with historians to see if we can actually pinpoint this major historic event that influenced and forever changed the gene pool of Chamorro people. Anyway, that is all I have. I had to go through it. I hope it was informative and enjoyable. So Dr. Jeffrey, should I take questions now or wait till later? I'll stop my share.
Thank you very much. There's certainly a lot of information to take in. Maybe we'll have a couple of questions. I mean, as I said, we only have 3 papers in this originally 4-paper session. So we'll take a couple of questions now. And I've looked in back to the chat and start with Dr. Quintano's question. His question was, respectfully, I ask, rather than focus primarily on genetic testing, which can be quite vague in many respects, why not invest more resources on effective linguistic research, particularly surrounding Austronesian languages? The Austronesian diaspora has a direct link to Guam past, and such research can reveal a lot more from what we have acquired through the centuries by using Spanish and American lenses. My research, Indigenous Heritage of Guam, has already revealed some important aspects of our pre-colonial heritage. Why can't UOG and GCC provide these important tools and resources to discover our most authentic origins?
I agree wholeheartedly. I think, as you know, I always include linguistics. As I saw with my 3rd slide was about linguistics. But I believe in anthropology as a whole field. So I think biological anthropology is one field that I love and I practice on. And it's not just DNA, but it's also skeletal remains and studying about our ancestors. Cultural anthropology, archaeology is vital to understanding. In linguistic, I think it's a 4th vital field. So if we had all the research and money in the world, I think we should be definitely spending more money in all 4 fields. But I do have a strong passion for languages, and I feel very strongly about that, because actually languages and genetics are closely together. I'm a biological anthropologist. I study DNA. However, I think it's vital, incredibly vital, to be studying languages. So as far as giving resources to one or the other, I think, again, I'm holistic. I think we should give resources across the board, not one more than the other. It is expensive to do DNA, but it's becoming less and less so. And so it requires less and less money to do these studies. But I am all for continuing any linguistic work as well. So I don't think it should be one or the other.
Sure.
Next question. Sure.
Thank you. So it's quite a few from Dr. Quintano, and I'll just read one other, and then we'll move on to the next presenter. From my research, this is from Dr. Quintano again. From my research, I have found that Guam is more of a Proto-Austronesian rather than Western Malayo-Polynesian, Austronesian language. Why not do genetic research between Taiwanese indigenous and Guam's people? Do we have this research available?
There has been a good amount of work done in a Proto-Taiwanese group or indigenous Taiwanese. And yeah, I think where the Chamorro language is placed within the Austronesian group has changed. I think I probably presented something that may be already 10 years old. So I think it could possibly fall elsewhere within the phylogeny of languages. I've seen the genetics of people from different groups of in Taiwan, and the differences are even further than we see between the Philippines and Guam. So that there are, again, sort of may have a common ancestor, but more distant in time. But I think it would be fascinating to sort of look at Taiwan, go further in the Philippines, and again in Indonesia. I think we just began to work there. There's almost no work has been done in those places. We need to sort of go deeper in several different places, and it could be multiple waves of people possibly having come from different moments in time, and that's why I always want to leave that door open. But there is some work done, and I often include Taiwan. I had Taiwan represented in several of my slides. That's a little geographically more distant, and I've heard more people suggest the Philippines connection, so I try to address that. And now we have all this new Indonesia data that I'm excited about, because I think I see a slightly stronger connection there. But I think it needs to continue to move in that direction.
Thank you. We have a few other questions, but we'll come back to them. One quick question here from Rose Jones says, are you able to share your slide presentation?
Yes, I think I could do that. I don't want it sort of published out there, because like I said, some of the stuff, especially the connection to Mexico, I've talked about it for a few years, but I still need to publish it. have colleagues in Mexico who are actually beginning to see similar patterns. So this trans-Pacific connection is interesting, and now I'm getting sort of more concrete evidence of it, working with historians. How can we connect it? So I can share it. So I can share my email address, and maybe people can contact me directly, and I can sort of share it with you with the guarantee that you won't sort of take it to the media or stuff like that until we can actually publish it. So I'd appreciate that. Let me put my email address here if people want to contact me directly, and I can share it.
Okay.
With you that way.
Well, thank you very much. That's very generous of you.
Sure.
I really appreciate that. So we'll come back to some of these questions. We'll move on to the next presenter, Ashley Meredith, who is a cultural anthropologist with the FSM Office of National Archives, Culture and Historic Preservation. And I think also Gus Kohler, who's the National Historic Preservation Officer, is in the background there, who's actually in Pohnpei in FSM. So Ashley will be talking about the inscription of Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making to the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. So Ashley, it's over to you. Thank you very much for joining us all the way again, like Dr. Vilar from the East Coast of the US. Thank you for taking your time to come and do this.
It's our pleasure. Thank you so much for having us. I would like to thank everyone for coming today. And I want to introduce my colleague and mentor, Mr. Augustine Kohler, who's with us. Gus, would you like to say hi to everybody? He's waving.
Hi, everyone.
So Gus has been a very strong proponent for navigation for quite some time, as have many others. He is also the Secretary General for NatCom for FSM with UNESCO. So, but I'd also like to reflect on our late Historic Preservation Officer, Mr. Francis Regg, who helped to initiate this work some years ago in 2016, actually. So I just wanted to say thank you to him. Although he's not with us, we should remember his contribution. Okay, slide. There we go. All right. And then go ahead and go to the next slide, please. All right, awesome. Okay, so our presentation is really going to cover what the process was like for us and things that we learned. Hopefully some of this can be helpful for anyone who's interested in pursuing this process. We'll cover what the element is, Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making. This title was selected by the practitioners, so it's not our title. After consultation with our communities across the FSM, this is what they came up with. And so we have included that. And we also got to include the Central Caroline way of saying this. I will not even try to say it because I have not learned that language yet and I would not say it correctly. And then we'll talk about the nomination process, the significance of the nomination, and the results of our application. Slide. Okay, so as I mentioned before, naming the element came from our practitioners, so our master navigators, those who are learning it, and also I would say to some extent like people from our outer islands in FSM. And so this is the way that they preferred to have it identified. Intangible cultural heritage, or ICH, according to the UNESCO, it includes traditions of living expressions inherited from our ancestors and passed on to our descendants, such as oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe, or the knowledge and skills to produce traditional crafts. Based on this description, you can see why we would want to nominate Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making. It addresses many of these aspects to intangible cultural heritage. Slide. And then slide again. So this is the topic, the UNESCO nomination application. It includes several aspects, actually. The most important is the demonstration of community origination and support, followed by some previously collected data. We had to demonstrate that we have an inventory of this, not just national, but also at our state levels, because that's where a lot of our data can be housed. Then we worked to nominate what is referred to as Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making. And again, this was decided among our practitioners. There's a link here, Bill, the YouTube video. I'd like to share a brief clip if you could start it at 30 seconds. So while this video is getting ready, this video comes from our navigation club in Koshrai. There we go.
Until I seen your eyes, still I had to try, yeah. Oh yes, let me get my words right and then approach you. Woman, I'll treat you like a man is supposed to.
It was believed that the first people to discover our island were navigators. Imagine how skillful our ancestors navigated around our waters without the use or existence of modern technologies we use today. As they went out deep into the ocean, they managed to successfully return home with very little difficulty. This intrinsic knowledge of traditional navigation skills were passed on from one generation to the next until new technologies or modern tools were introduced. Our elders, well, most likely the fishermen, have used basic navigational skills and ideas to help them in finding their location while lost in the sea.
With me, I navigate using the sky span. Kada figures maging yanayang pa fat, malim, star constellations, kaya pewon masok sa kinayang. Example ke star constellations ang maging Big Dipper. Kung biniye Big Dipper, ito sila kalimit kaya sa pa North Star. Kaya kalimit assume that which way is north.
Today, we still use their ideas throughout our journeys in the ocean. Nowadays, people have also used GPS, compass, maps, and electronics instead to make lives easier for navigating.
Kung nagawa kong dinala na arorik mail shoot kung dinaro. Arorik mangilay shoot na junge yok na nagi tatar, ime, pagpagsak, manamit ko saya mo taoro. Hefin li na mo or kung tulmul patiu lagi. Malena. Kung igatwin pa maspang, masawa, masawan, masawan, lat-lat, masawan. Siya po nga po sa kanbar, lop siya Norway, tak po may loyalty, kawala siya, kawala liwo, sopa sapnak, sopa sos ng kasap, sanak, kanbar, arping, chutuit, nanganinigang, kung doy mo.
So royal, and I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so divine. The way she moves to her own beat, she has the qualities of a queen, so supreme. Ooh, ooh, what a natural beauty. No need no makeup to be a cutie. She's a queen, so supreme, yeah. And when they ask what a good woman's made of, she's not afraid and ashamed of who she is. She's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No, no, the way she moves to her own beat, she has the qualities of a queen, my Nubian queen. Ooh, ooh, hey, we got it.
Okay, Bill. Those are the bloopers. So this video was made by our navigation club students. So it began as an ethnography project to do a survey on navigation in Kosraean culture, and it included a field school with our youth, but they enjoyed it so much that our partnership with the principal at the Kosrae High School evolved into vocational hour, and the students could pick a vocation or a club. And so they asked for a navigation club, and this was what we came up with. We took them on field trips. We incorporated them more into the data collection. It continued. So they were there for the field school, but it continued into the classroom and into the club, and the elders came to the office to share their knowledge. And then we had the occasional sailboat that came in, and they shared the importance of traditional knowledge. Well, let me back up. Knowledge before GPS devices. And then they also talked about how that knowledge informs the GPS devices that we have today that captains and fishermen use. And then they also took it upon themselves to interview elders to learn more about the moon calendar, which played a significant role, not only in subsistence, but also in navigation, of course. And so it evolved from there, and we had a lot of community involvement. So the video is a very good representation of that. It took a long time. It took a lot of work, and to do with making the video. We said, it's your project, it's your art, and when you want our input, we're here for you. And so that's what they came up with, and they did an excellent job. So the endeavor was supported by the principal at the high school, as I mentioned, and the leadership in the Kosrae state and municipal governments. And it involved a number of field trips, which engaged the youth on navigation practices as shared by their elders during a few boat trips around the island. And we took the students all the way around the island to help them understand the significance of our conservation area called Makantoe. You can see Makantoe's highest peak at every point around the island. And so this helps when you put it with other pieces of geographical information or land features, it really helps to triangulate where you are. And so that was an important part of that activity of going around the island. Next slide. There we go. Okay. The ICH element tends to originate in communities as they are the main support and practitioners of the element. As part of our role at the national level, we provided outreach to connect our communities with resources, but it is up to them if they want to do this kind of project. This isn't something that is forced onto our communities. We did an outreach project with the help of UNESCO. It was a roundtable, a couple of, I guess it's almost 3 years now. And we learned from our communities what they knew about UNESCO, what they knew about ICH, and they actually hadn't heard much about it. And it was surprising because UNESCO is such a large organization. And so we understood that we needed to share information probably more often rather than what it is. We needed to stick with, not only what it is, but sharing it more often. And so anyway, some of our communities had known about it and some of them didn't. And so, that's our role is to connect them with that information. Another part of the community origin and support part of the application is that support letters are needed. And so they were provided by master navigators, NGOs, HPOs, and also some citizen advocates. The World Heritage Committee places emphasis on the widest possible participation of communities, groups, and where appropriate individuals in safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage. And this is also required by Article 15 of the convention. So we have the standards that we need to go by, but these were very easy for us to achieve because there was so much interest in this element. Next slide, please. So on the topic of data, we didn't just come up with this data all of a sudden. Data has been collected on this topic for quite some time. And I think that the interest in the topic really strongly brewed around 2016, 17. It was the year of PACFest. In the summer of 16, and then before that, there was Papa Mao, who had shared his knowledge with our Pacific Island brothers and sisters. And so there's just been a lot of data collected on this topic, and we brought it together, and we also asked more questions to round out the application. When we started on the application in 2000, I would say around 2016 is when the idea came around, and 2017, 18 is when we really started to work on the application. We like to think of streamlining our data collection so that it goes towards something. And in this case, we had a lot of data already, but we also needed to demonstrate that it was still active and that it needed safeguarding. And so we happened to be collecting data for a navigation project, but we streamlined it so that it would support the nomination. And when I say streamlined, we made sure that it was collected in a manner that was consistent with not only our grantor, but also with the questions that UNESCO would eventually ask. And we wanted to be sure that we could answer those questions. It's how to explain this. Sometimes we collect data and it answers lots of questions, but if you know what's being asked, you can better communicate that. And so it's always important to know what people are looking to know, and see if you have those answers. You might not always have those answers, but sometimes you do. So next slide. There we go. Significance of the element. So the significance of the element, Carolinian wayfinding and canoe making, refers to the central role these practices have in our communities. So it's significant to those people who are practicing it, those who participate in the practice of it. So maybe it's not a navigator, but maybe they're participants in a ceremony, or maybe they are the wife of a navigator, or the son of a navigator, or a descendant of the navigator. So there are lots of people who are involved in the significance of the element. And so we think of significance in that way. Significance of the element also requires the oral reading and writing skills to demonstrate this significance. So it was important that we communicated with practitioners to understand the element very well, so that it was properly represented in the application. And then we wrote about it in the application, several pages actually. It requires a bit of research. Next slide, please. So the nomination process, the application needs to be submitted by a member state. In our case, it is the FSM national government, specifically the Office of National Archives of Culture and Historic Preservation. And Gus, who was with us earlier in the presentation, he's the one to do the submission. And so he's our National Historic Preservation Officer, also our Assistant Director, and the NatCom Secretary General. And that Secretary General NatCom allows him to be the representative to submit that nomination. So knowing who that person is very important, because they work very closely with UNESCO, and they can answer those kinds of questions to the community who wants to put the nomination together. The element in the nomination is then reviewed to see if it constitutes intangible cultural heritage as defined in Article 2 of the Convention. And the submission is then reviewed by UNESCO, which can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And they email notifications along the way to update on their progress with our application, as well as inform on the next steps they or we need to take. Last year was it was 2021. We submitted, I believe we submitted in the summer of 2020 because of the pandemic. So there was a 3-month delay, and then we didn't hear anything until September. And then there was review and more review. And then we heard something last year in December that we had in fact got an approval of our nomination application. So it can take quite a long time to put the application together, as well as hear anything on it, or if it needs to be further informed. And so if there's more information that is needed by the World Heritage Committee, then a follow-up email is sent to our office, and a deadline is provided for when we should provide the additional information. The last request that we had before finding out about the nomination was to answer some questions, as well as to translate them into French. And so I, along with a few of my friends and colleagues, we put our heads together and we translated it to French, and we provided it in English and French to the World Heritage Committee. They will offer to translate, but you need to give them about a week or so lead time, and we actually needed that extra time, so it was faster for us to translate than it was to get it done a week early and let somebody else translate. So we went that direction, but there are options. Then after everything is complete, a meeting will take place, usually in December, and they will discuss the full nomination application, and then a decision is made whether or not to nominate, and then they will inform you after that, basically after the week of meeting. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we'll talk about the significance of the element for Micronesia. Next slide. Okay. So what does an ICH nomination mean? Well, first of all, once it's nominated, it will be on UNESCO's website, and then it is news. And so one of the first pieces of news that we actually received was from Newsweek, that they wanted to write about the nomination. So that was pretty cool. And then actually, you know, that's not true. The University of Guam asked us to present on it first, then Newsweek asked. And but more importantly, local awareness and engagement increased. So there's a lot more interest in this. We saw canoe making competitions, and then at a Fafa festival in Koshrai, there was an auction for these canoes that had been carved, and they are used for fishing inside of the reef or in the mangrove channels. And it also helps to increase international awareness about this element. And so that's it's very important that that it becomes known, because then it develops interest in safeguarding it. Next slide, please. So wait, okay. The other aspect to a nomination is that it opens up opportunities for financial assistance to continue to safeguard the element. What this means is that if there is a need for funding to carry out the activities, this is something that can be done. And we should, you know, it's a challenge because there are these activities, and I should say that their practice is really, because this is a way of life. And it often finds itself intertwined with a Western way or a foreign way, or, you know, we're always changing. That's kind of the nature of culture. And so sometimes jobs that are seen as traditional aren't always paid, and sometimes jobs that are paid are not always traditional. And so nominating this can help to bridge that gap, if there is one, and to provide the support that is needed to keep the element going. More data can be added. So probably the question in many of your minds is, why Micronesian, and or how does it benefit to Micronesia? And Micronesia is a region, whereas the FSM is a country in the region. And so we very well recognize that navigation has been a practice among all the island nations, and that they communicated at one point and still communicate, and they historically traveled from island to island, and today still do. And so there can always be data added to the nomination. So we made sure to keep it as open as possible so that data can be added, but that doesn't prevent anyone from doing a nomination on their own. So we made sure to keep in mind the region in context and not undercut anyone. And then the other aspect to a nomination is that there can be improved community cohesion and involvement, which I described earlier. We continue to see this, and we continue to see interest in the moon calendar, and not just for navigation, but also for subsistence practices. So we're very happy to see that. Next slide, please. Okay, so thank you everyone for your attention. I just want to say thank you to everyone who contributed. The nomination was possible because of a desire and commitment from our communities, our leadership, both local and national. and also our colleagues and friends outside of FSM who've taken an interest in navigation, whether at an academic level or a practical level or both. And so it's really been, they say it takes a village to raise a kid. It also takes a village or an entire country or an entire region to write a nomination. So we're very grateful for the opportunity to have been able to include as many people as we have and to submit this nomination. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ashley. That's great work. Congratulations to you and everyone else in FSM, and really you should say Oceania, because of the importance of wayfinding canoe building. We've had a couple of comments and a couple of questions. Wonderful video. Pardon me. Will you be able to share your moon slides or your slides of different phases, different types of the moon, meaning of each moon?
Yes, absolutely. We have all of this.
Okay. Maybe if you, I can pass on your email, or you put the your email address into the chat. That would be great.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Does anyone else have any questions for Ashley? No, I can't see any more questions. I just know a little bit about the intangible cultural heritage. I know UNESCO call it this, but I know people in the region that I've talked to, they say, well, yeah, it's not intangible. It's real to us. Intangible cultural heritage seems like something that's unreal. They'd like to use the term living heritage, which living I think is a much better term. And I know on the UNESCO website, they actually use this term a lot, living heritage. So I think that's a great term that's how I give it to my students. Any more questions? No more questions. Well, maybe we'll if you'll be able to stay with us for another 40 minutes and answer questions at the end, will you? I hope so.
Yeah, I can stay for the I didn't attend in the beginning because I was reviewing my notes.
No problem.
Was a little bit nervous to be on here.
we have one more presentation, and then we can we'll have a bit of time after the next presentation to talk and maybe have some more questions. So I'd like to now introduce our third and our final paper in this session. It's a paper on Pacific Migrations, a digital history project. It's by Svetlana Rasmussen and Dr. Christopher Rasmussen. Christopher is a assistant professor at UOG, and Svetlana is a world history teacher at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. So thank you very much, Chris and Svetlana. Looking forward to, I just say, I really enjoyed your talk last night about the Russian invasion, which was, it's a terrible thing to talk about, but anyway.
Thank you, Bill.
Over to you.
All right. And so I'm gonna share a screen here and talk a bit about this project that Svetlana and I have been working on for about a year. It's a digital history project, Pacific Migrations. And the long-term goal is for a website that will be a gateway to innovative projects produced by others that relate to the experience of migrants in movement and American power in the region. Right now, we're working on a kind of proof of concept module that explores Russian and Chinese asylum seekers' experiences in Guam. So this would be Russian asylum seekers in Guam in the last decade and Chinese asylum seekers in Guam in the 1990s. And the project comes out of work Svetlana and I began in the summer and fall of 2020. And this is when we were interviewing Russian asylum seekers living in Guam. And we presented our findings actually last year at the class ARC, as well as a couple other venues, a couple other conferences. And in researching these asylum seekers' stories, it was interesting work. It was also something of a revelation for us. We learned about the history of a whole number of different migrant groups in the second half of the 20th century in Guam. And so for me, I came to UOG in 2019. This was in some ways my entry into studying the history of Guam in the region. And so it was eye-opening in a variety of ways. And so we saw in particular how US policy, as far back as at the beginning with the naval period, attempted to determine who could enter Guam and how these groups would be integrated or not in the larger community. Likewise, we saw how people within Guam sometimes pushed back or challenged these the attempt to control the borders in Guam and membership in the community. And so, what the paper opened up, which was good, was all these other stories. And so, as we were working on the paper, we started to think of how to pursue these, and a digital project, a kind of platform in which we could have several discrete topics and have a number of scholars work on those seemed a good way to go, a useful way to go. So what I'm going to do here is just kind of summarize our original work and try and chart out the different kinds of stories it opened up, and then to have, or Svetlana will then kind of show a little bit about the website itself, which remains, I will be honest with you, a work in progress. So our work began, we were talking to asylum seekers to find out when, why, and how they chose Guam for refuge, and then what life was like in Guam. And initially you have Guam and Russia in this story, but quite quickly it became clear that this was a story that involved American power, because it was the Department of Homeland Security that allowed for Russians in 2012 to come and visit Guam. And it did so on this notion of discretionary parole, that the Secretary of DHS could parole members of some nations into, at first, the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, and then Guam. And they would be paroled for 45 days. And so in 2012, DHS gave Russian citizens this discretionary parole to enter Guam without a visa. So that's unique. When I first found out that this existed, shortly after I arrived in Guam, I was astounded because I knew the sometimes lengthy process of getting a U.S. visa for Russian citizens. So that was a big an eye opener. So at first, what you have is DHS doing this, and there are interests in Guam that want to see this. The tourism industry leaders, as well as political leaders in Guam. And I'll get to a little bit more on that. You at first see in the first couple of years of this program, Russian tourists come to Guam's hotels, beaches, restaurants. But as I looked further into this, I realized that there was a larger regional angle here. And that is because this visa-less travel to Guam came about because it existed first in the CNMI. And so what I started to see was this bigger story involving not just Guam and the US and Russia, but now the United States and its territories. So in 2008, the US Congress replaced the immigration law of the CNMI with US immigration law. Now, this would have really had a big effect on the economy in the CNMI because Chinese and Russian citizens who had been able to enter the CNMI without a visa no longer would be able to. But DHS or Congress gave DHS this power to give discretionary parole, to allow for select nations to come in. And so there was a carve out, in other words, for China and for Russia, for those citizens to visit. And when this happened, leaders in Guam immediately, they said that this should also apply to us, right? And what they were looking at was increasing the tourism market by adding China. Russia really was not an interest. Although, as we'll see, the US was not interested in allowing Chinese citizens to visit Guam, and this is going to shape what ultimately came to be. Additionally, and this is something I found out after I finished my paper and published it, which is unfortunate, is that the DHS did this in part because the Department of Defense wanted it to happen along with Guam as part of offsets, right? So there is a military buildup in Guam that will be accompanied by social costs. And the Office of Economic Adjustment in the DoD tries to mitigate these with offsets to assist places where US has big bases. And so this enlarging the tourism market was seen as a kind of offset. And this is something that I really am interested in exploring. So both the Camacho administrations and the Camacho and Calvo administrations sought out carve-outs for Guam like the CNMI had. And in 2012, the DHS kind of did this in allowing for Russian visitors to visit Guam, but not Chinese visitors. And right now, this seems like a different universe, given the relationship between the United States and Russia. But it was, in 2012, the United States was pursuing what was called a Russia reset. And so this story is also a story of big geopolitics. The United States under the Obama administration wanted to pivot its national security focus to the Pacific and to counter Chinese influence, meaning move its attention away from the Middle East primarily and also Europe, and maybe be better friends with Russia, right? That would make more sense in this policy. And one of the olive branches to the Russian Federation would have been this visa-free travel to part of the US. And China does not get the same treatment. So we had tourists arrive, and there's a story of business here. And this is one that my paper almost entirely ignores. And it's a really fascinating one. And I think as far as migration goes, and Guam goes, and the region goes, tourism is just such a fascinating field to study. And this is something that I hope perhaps another scholar can build a module on this kind of travel. But to get back to our story here about Russians in Guam and the kind of larger implications, the Russian tourists to Guam, the numbers peak in 2014, and then they go down after that. And again, the reason here is nothing that people in Guam did, or even, well, in some ways people in the US, I suppose, but really it's about, this is a Russian story. The first Russian invasion of Ukraine was in 2014. This led to Western sanctions, the ruble lost value, Russians were less likely to travel abroad. And Guam saw this in the number of Russians visiting. Likewise, just like in the invasion now, although at a much less intense, the Russian state cracked down on dissidents and persecuted many of its own citizens, increasing the number of Russians seeking asylum. So after 2014, what you see is tourists still continue to come to Guam from Russia, but they're joined by a very small number of asylum seekers in the hundreds by the end of the Russian visa waiver program. Now, we would think, the Russian visa waiver program ended in 2019, that it ends because the US and Russia weren't getting along very well by 2019. This simply is not true. The visa waiver program ended because of the election in 2016 that brought a number of immigration hawks into the president, in particular, the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, who had long been opposed to the discretionary parole, both in the CNMI and in Guam. And so that's why the visa waiver ended, both here and CNMI in 2019. So the stories are surprising. I was, when I was doing this paper, I was surprised. I was also kind of overwhelmed by the complexity. I was intrigued by the different kind of avenues that were open. And I started reading about Vietnamese refugees in Guam, Filipino workers, migrants from around the Pacific, US military personnel, and also outmigration from Guam in these transnational communities. And I was, just struck that there's a lot of these seem like discrete stories, and certainly they are in some respects, but they should be put together, right, side by side. And my background and really limited experience made me a less than desirable candidate to attempt such a massive endeavor. And so hence the digital platform, right? That this would be a more appropriate and hopefully more enlightening way to explore and connect stories of movement in the region in the 20th century. And so that's what we've begun with Pacific migrations. At this point, it's really more of a plan. And so what we plan to show you today is part of what will be a proof of concept that I hope to have ready by the end of semester. The range is narrow, right? Two groups, Russians and Chinese asylum seekers, whose numbers likely don't exceed combined over 1,000 individuals. So
I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you, Chris.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just was wondering if you want me to speak about that. And
yes, let's move on, and I'll Svetlana will take over here.
Okay. I will also ask you, since you have your screen up, to kind of do show things for me.
Yes.
And so as Chris just said, this is a very complex story that involves multiple actors and multiple agencies and multiple motivations. And presenting such a story in an article or even in the conference presentation here, right? It's not that it doesn't do it justice. This type of presentation is very limited in the scope, in the audience that gets to hear that. And so we wanted, with the digital project, with the we wanted to reach more people with this research and make these stories available to more researchers who would potentially want to collaborate, but also to bring awareness of the complexity and the diversity of the immigrant populations on Guam and their various issues. And so what we chose was for this project, out of multiple platforms that are available currently for researchers in history, anthropology, and so on, is Scalar. And what Scalar does is that it allows, the projects created in Scalar, it provides a platform that allows a reader to follow and to see multiple tracks within the research that is happening. And so far, as we are saying, it's a prototype, right? We have just one track that follows the Russian migrants, and then we are going to add the Chinese migration track. But the possibilities really here are very not limitless, but there are multiple exciting possibilities here. We can add more ethnic groups. We can add more perspectives. The territorial government perspective, US perspective, DoD perspective, and also present the information in text, as you see in the front page, the basic narrative, but in other ways, as a timeline, as a storyline. We can incorporate videos and various other primary sources into the text. That's making it available. So one thing that was immediately available, and what Krise is showing here is the timelines. Here's the timeline of getting into Guam. What is the evolution of the process of permissions and the necessary requirements of getting into Guam, and what does it look like? And we see here, the history of the security clearance, and that begins with the Executive Order 8683, and on all points, right, on all those timeline points, there are links to the documents. Some of them we are able to show right there, but not all the government agencies that provide access to those give this interface opportunity. But some of them are really nicely, you can view them right there on the timeline, but all the documents are linked. And from the top, you can see the overview of the timeline. And Krise, if you scroll towards the present time a little bit more, you can see that from sporadic measures, you have a sharp uptick in various regulations and the parole announcements and in the Obama era that are connected to the allowing foreign nationals, paroling foreign nationals for tourism to Guam. And the timeline can present these developments very nicely. Right, and you can see how it coincides with various territorial government administration and the presidential administration, vice presidential administration. So this is one example of how using the digital medium can change and can open venues for understanding and telling the story in a way that complicates it, that makes it more complex, and gives the understanding of this complexity to our audiences. And so if you go to the next timeline, so we can, so yeah.
No, this is not.
This is So here's the timeline of the mentioning of Russians, and it needs to be expanded of Russians in the local press. And again, as with the parole, the changes in parole and the visitor status of Russians in Guam, you can see a sharp uptick of the Russian protesting activity here on Guam, starting with the pandemic. Because what was happening, it's not just the end of parole. If before 2019, 2020, we see how the Russians appear. The Russians mentioned when PDN reports on the Guam Visitors Bureau, and so here are the numbers of the expected Russian tourists for this year, and there are developments about that. The Russians are mentioned when the prospective gubernatorial candidates discuss the possible parole programs for Guam that they're going to lobby the federal government for. But when we get into the pandemic years, and again, I'm going to ask you to scroll.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a little bit, right? So we will see a sharp uptick of articles that are covering Russians' protest activity, because during the pandemic, the hearings for asylum seekers virtually stopped. The court hearings virtually stopped. Asylees interpreted as asylum seekers interpreted as the willful neglect by the U.S. federal government. They interpreted as the neglect from the territorial government also, and they come out into the streets. And there is a whole separate story about is there a Russian community on Guam, right? And so trying to organize those efforts and the various tracks that are pursued. So there was, there was the regular protesting activity. People come out in front of the Congress building, in various other places, public places. But then there was this idea, so among some Russian asylees, that we need to hold a hunger strike. And there are voices within the community persuading the person who came up with that. It's like some people come out in support. Some people say, no, you damage your health and nothing will happen because it's actually the federal government. And there, but because of the Russian perceptions of how government works and, this kind of situation of uncertainty, the hunger strike actually happens, and then that leads to another flurry of publications about Russians and by Russians and bringing attention to that problem. And this is when the number of op-eds by Russian asylees appear, and about them appear in the press also. So here is another way the timeline can actually expose our understanding and vision of the development of events. And one last thing I wanted to talk about here, to mention, this is something work in progress, but what the Scalar will allow us to do really nicely is to present different aspects of migrant experience. And then as we look at more migrant groups, we can compare and juxtapose, put them together for everyone to see the similarities and differences in various migrant experiences.
5 minutes, Svetlana, 5
Yes.
minutes? Thanks.
So let me just very briefly explain what we can do, we've done so far with the migrant experiences, and how the digital, this particular digital project will help us present this. So what we did was a series of interviews with the asylees, and the main issue and the main challenge with these is to make sure that we protect the identity and identity of the asylees and protect their information. So putting those stories upright, transcribing the interviews and putting them up is not quite an option, but presenting them in a way that the words of the people can be heard, that we see the common features of experience of the asylees in Guam and the various, again, challenges they experience, but as well as benefits. When people report, the main benefit, the main positive feature of being in Guam that people reported in the course of the interviews was this, now they are safe. Safety on Guam, both in terms of being free from persecution and for a sizable group of people, safety, just personal safety going around. They say, well, we walk out at night and we are never worried about being attacked. Perceptions differ, but some people come from large cities and feel safer in smaller communities. But this is one benefit that they report. But a lot of experiences of the asylum seekers on Guam focus, and a lot of them talk extensively. We have interviews that went for hours, and we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to say everything they want, because there are very, very few opportunities for these people to talk. And people talk about their hardships, which mainly stem from culture shock, the feeling of uncertainty, confusion, and anxiety that people experience when they move to a new country. And where there is uncertainty about the limits of, about the timeline of the asylum process, and the asylum gaining process, uncertainty about the outcome of it, and which leads to discomfort, confusion stemming from the lack of understanding of the local customs, the behavior of the local people. And the interviewees don't say, don't attribute this to the ingrained hostility, so they don't jump to conclusions necessarily, but rather they start talking about the cultural differences between themselves, being Russians or Russian speakers, and the people here. And that conversation brings out the various perceptions and stereotypes that the Russians harbor coming out of Russia, but also the ones they learned here. And this is an inroad into understanding the cultural climate and kind of anthropological aspects of living on Guam, which we also found very valuable. And with this digital project, we are hoping to present those multiple aspects of the asylum seeking experience and immigrant experience on Guam to the wider public on island and in the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Svetlana and Krise. We've really covered a vast topic from the beginnings of Guam to the modern influx of tourists in Guam, or refugees or Russian tourists. Are there any questions for Svetlana or Krise? Don't see any in the chat here. Some thank you from various people. If there's no questions for either Svetlana or Krise, I'll go back to some of the questions in the chat for Dr. Vilar. I see some in the chat. There's some just acknowledging what a great presentation and thank you for sharing your papers. A question about Dr. Vilar, are you there? Are you able to answer questions?
Yes, I'm right here. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there's a question about why don't they do research on Africa to match the Chamorro genealogy? Is there any information on this?
There have, I mean, there's lots of work has been done. I can turn my screen on. It's gotten dark here, so I had to turn my lights on. There is a good amount of work done in different parts of Africa. And, comparison directly with people of Chamorro ancestry can be done. However, what we've done in the work we have done so far, we see not a very strong signal of African admixtures, what we call it, in people of Chamorro ancestry. And so there isn't sort of a strong signal there, so we haven't done sort of one-to-one comparison. But there have been sort of global comparisons of populations from throughout the world, and what they do is they take a whole bunch of populations and their DNA, and you throw it against the wall and see what sticks as an expression. But really, you match things to the closest, most closely related population to the one that you're studying, for instance. And then the Chamorro usually will group closer to populations in Southeast Asia, which is what we would expect geographically and prehistorically. And the African populations often group in a separate part of the graph or a separate part of the plot. So they have been compared in general with other, in large populations, large global studies, but one-on-one comparisons I don't necessarily know of, and they could be done, but I haven't seen reports of a strong signal, at least not in the people who are self-identified as Chamorro with 4 grandparents from the island. It's just, I haven't seen it, but it could be done.
Yeah. I'd like to just a little bit of anecdotal information. I came to your talk when I first came to Guam in 2015, I think it was, and you did your talk, and I think the class lecture room was full, was brimming over with people. It was a fantastic presentation, but it inspired me. I just started working in anthropology with the University of Guam, and so I went and got my DNA done through National Genome, and I have my ancestors close ancestors are from Britain. So I wasn't surprised that I think it was 53% British, but of Irish or Scottish stock. But then I was surprised that there was something like 30% or 39% Scandinavian, which you could talk about the Vikings, I suppose, and Scotland and Ireland. But then when they looked at my deep ancestry, you know, go back 50,000 years, which they said you could do, and they did. And I was even more surprised that my Homo sapien ancestors had mated with my Neanderthal ancestors. So I have 1.1% Neanderthal, which is just below the common, that said in the, I remember 1.3% is a common average for. So it's actually really good. I didn't mind paying the money because I got full of surprises. And I use it in my class in the intro to anthropology about what you can find. But it just, you know, in addition to the Great British or Irish or Scottish, there was Scandinavian, but there was Southern European, Jewish, and Arabian. And so this, you know, multiculturalism in me, I think many of us have it. We all have this, you know, going back to Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. So, you know, when we talk about being one group from one group, we're really a mixture of different people. I thought was a wonderful thing that I can pass on to my students.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, I think we different parts of the DNA that we test tell you stories at different sort of time frames in a sense. So yeah, so some of the ones that I reported here are things in, say, in the last few thousand years. So the closest matches for people in Guam usually end up being Southeast Asia. But yes, in different parts of Europe, you get a higher percentage of Neanderthal contribution. And when I showed those chromosomes towards the end of my talk, it's interesting because the Neanderthal shows up at about 1%. There's tiny little dots, slivers in your chromosome. It's not contiguous segments, which indicates it happened, like you said, 50,000 years ago. It happened a long time ago. So it's interesting that we all have that. I think mine is somewhere around 1.2, 1.3. I'm very close to the average Neanderthal as well. And my ancestry is also, I got 7 or 8 or 9 different places in the world all mixed together. So it's interesting because I think it brings people closer when they find out sort of that we all share a common ancestry. And going deeper, yeah, absolutely. If you go deeper and deeper, then we all have a common African root going back in the tens of thousands of years. And there's been African admixture in different parts of the world as well since then. So, yeah.
Amazing stuff. What you can learn now from genetics just seems to be changing every day, every week. So I can't keep up with it. So any other great presentation from Larry Regatel, who's the Master Navigator here in UOG. It's good to see. Thanks, Larry. It's another question here. Has any analysis been done from the amount of Chamorro genetic influence in South American populations, especially after hearing their advances in sailing?
I actually, that's an interesting point. I've actually seen papers that show connections, not where we expect to see, and possibly, the Pacific coast of South America, not human connections. I've seen people look at other aspects, maybe chicken DNA or other animals that may have gone with humans. But there's a paper that showed connections to Melanesia in pockets in Amazon, in the Amazon. So again, it's one of those things that you look at the DNA and something is out of place, where it shouldn't belong. And there's different hypotheses as to why that is. But there isn't sort of a strong connection with South America prehistorically, talking about something before the age of colonization, before Europeans were moving people around the islands. I know I'm from Puerto Rico, and all over Latin America, you see a lot of European movement of people everywhere, and then also on the Pacific. So what I showed here, the Mexico connection is sort of a historical one. I'm fairly certain. Prehistoric, we don't see that strong connection, at least not that I know of, not that you sort of expect from the Thor Heyerdahl selling one direction, or possibly some of the expert it's for navigators that were coming from Micronesia and other parts of the Pacific, it could have arrived. So that doesn't say it never happened, absolutely not, but there were just maybe so limited instances that we don't see it now, hundreds or thousands of years later. We don't see enough of a signal in the DNA. But it'd be interesting to keep looking. I would like to keep looking.
Yeah, yeah. Any more questions? Questions for Ashley, Svetlana? I guess I have a question for Ashley. You briefly mentioned about what's next. You know, you've got now, you know, you established the importance of Carolinian wayfinding and canoe building. What's next proposed from FSM to further? I know you're doing some great stuff with school children. Is there anything else that you're proposing to do, either FSM or in collaboration with other countries in Micronesia or Oceania?
That's a really good question. So actually, we've been having this canoe summit. We just had one in January, and it was so good that we had a second part to that. And so now I think that we're discussing more ways to actually address the issue in the communities of basically there's this competition between traditional jobs and the need for Western jobs, for lack of a better term. I apologize for using both of those words. Some of the practitioners expressed that they would like to have a forum to teach, and some describe the problems, and then others do have a forum to teach, and then there might not be as much interest. So we're really trying to sort through some of those issues, and it's mostly been meeting with master navigators and NGOs out of Guam. The master navigators are coming from the region, but the NGOs are located in Guam. And so I think from our end, we're trying to understand how we can better assist, because we do have interest in applying for what's called international assistance, but we need to know what we're applying for. And that's the purpose of listening to these meetings and participating and hearing what's happening on the ground, because there's a big concept, and then there's what's actually happening on the ground. And so we're getting into more of the details of what's happening on the ground. That's a really good question, Bill. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, thank you for your response. That's good to hear. It's just the start, isn't it, really?
It really is, yeah. I mean, during the pandemic, like at the beginning, so I was on Kosrae until late August. And during that time, we saw on Kosrae just a lot more use of traditional knowledge than before. And less of a reliance on boats and motors, because those were taking forever to get to the island, and more canoe carving and using those to do local reef fishing or inside the reef fishing. And so I think that there's still, with the pandemic, there might be more of an emphasis on the vaccinations than on navigation club. But I think that when we're able to return, I don't even know if we'll return, but I think that as we get used to our new way of life, that we'll be able to reincorporate some of that. But I think it's continuing on Kosrae. They have canoe races every year, actually, and they're continuing. And so as for YAP, I'm not so sure how they're continuing. I know they're continuing. Larry, who's with us, he might actually be able to tell us more about that, because he was doing work with WAGE there, and they were a big supporter of this nomination. So anyway, I'll stop there. Maybe he wants to add something to what's happening in YAP. I'm not sure.
Larry, can you add anything? We've just got only 3 minutes, and there's one question I wanted to put to the Rasmussens as well.
No, not really, Bill. Thank you. I mean, I think Ashley did very well and presented that. But as far as YAP is concerned, I can't really speak to it because I'm a COVID refugee stranded out here in Guam, and so. But I know that there is an annual canoe festival that takes place there too. So it kind of coincides with YAP Day.
YAP Day. Great, thanks, Larry. So there's one final question we have for Svetlana and Krise. You see it on the chat there. I was not sure if I heard anything regarding an increased migration for Russians seeking asylum due to current events. So curious about any insights on that topic.
Just one, not to Guam, because it's not possible to get to anywhere in the United States in the visa waiver program. But to other places, I think Svetlana can address that.
Yeah, so with the increased migrations, people are, as with Ukraine, there is of course massive numbers of Ukrainian refugees, over 2 million now, escaping Ukraine and into Eastern Europe and probably other places. But with Russians, there is a number of Russians coming out. The ways for them to get out of Russia are getting increasingly limited because of there is a stop on virtually all flights out of Russia now. Russians abroad cannot use their bank credit cards and cards issued by their banks, by the majority of their banks, because they've been cut off of SWIFT system. People emigrate in order to be outside of Russia if they have visas. People who have been applying for American visas, Schengen visas to Europe, their visas, if they're very close to the date of the invasion, their visas have been canceled, or that process has been stopped. And it's the minority, but it's still a sizable minority. Many people I know in Russia have been thinking and deciding whether they want to emigrate right now and essentially into nothing. But and there will be people who are seeking asylum from Russia too, because they're escaping persecution, but people inside trapped.
And to add one other thing, there was a really fascinating story about Russians and Ukrainians, in fact, trying to migrate over the southern border, right? There have been flights. They've been able to get into Mexico and then try and cross and claim asylum in the U.S. So, but getting to the U.S. is really, really hard.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much, everyone. We'll have to call it quits there. Thank you for joining us for our first block of presentations as part of the class annual research conference. We will now move back to the main conference area for our break. During the break, don't forget to check out some of the poster presentations and artwork from the ARC art exhibition. Also, don't forget to join us for our keynote speaker, Ms. Limtiaco, after the break. So we'll see you then. Thank you, and thank you very much to the speakers, Dr. Vilar, Ashley, Meredith, and Krise and Svetlana Rasmussen. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dannika, Valerio, and joining me today for this presentation is my research partner, Maxon William. And today we'll be going over our research project, which explores the relationship between the susceptibility to misinformation and political attitudes towards local politics. And just to give an overview of our presentation, we'll be going over a brief introduction to the paper that we wrote for this research, our literature review on the topics and connected theories, our hypotheses, followed by our methods and results, and then finally a discussion of our presentation to conclude our presentation. Okay, so we first set the background with the ubiquity of technology. So a report from the Pew Research Center found that 84% of US adults get the news through their mobile devices, and that 51% use digital media like social media or websites more than the traditional mediums like newspapers, radio, or TV. And then with the internet, misinformation and fake news travel much faster and can reach a wider audience, sometimes earning a viral or sensationalized status. And because more and more people are getting exposed and are consuming misinformation online, it has led to concerns and calls for action, such as regulation and education. So this ties in with the political attitudes, especially since 68% of Americans believe that fake news and misinformation has a big impact on their overall confidence in the government. And these attitudes, particularly political cynicism among populations, can lead to the normalization of a negative view and attitudes towards the government. So this in turn can lead to the lack of political engagement. Political engagement, and the studies have found that aspects of media literacy are connected to specific kinds of participation in politics and levels in trust in political institutions.
So I'll be going over the purpose of our study. Really, our main or overall purpose was to shed light on the prevalence of misinformation and its negative effects on our daily lives. Including Guam or like worldwide, obviously, we know that because of misinformation, it's a negative effect. According to the Knight Foundation in 2018, they claim that misinformation is a threat to our democracy and other factors that can also affect our livelihood. And because of this, obviously, we need to address it as it also affects Guam's politics. So other than politics, other examples that we provided that misinformation has affected us on Guam are including the bomb scares of, the missiles from other countries such as North Korea. A current and prominent topic is of course the COVID-19 pandemic. And because we are also a part of, I guess, the US, we can also believe that, or we also included the discourse of misinformation affecting the US presidential election in recent years, such as the 2016 and the 2020. And of course, another purpose of our study is to also contribute to the discourse that revolves around our variables. So during our research, we noticed that there really aren't many studies that look into the relationship between perceived susceptibility and of course, political cynicism or skepticism. And then with that, in our study, we developed two research questions. Our first research question is, or RQ1, is does an individual's perceived susceptibility to misinformation lead to a sense of cynicism towards local politics? We also developed our RQ2, does an individual's perceived susceptibility to misinformation lead to a level of skepticism towards local politics? So I'll pass it back to Danny to go over our literature review.
So as we move on to the lit review, we observe the existing discussions on the susceptibility to misinformation, political attitudes, and the theories that connect all these concepts to the relationship that we examine in our research. So our independent variable is the perceived susceptibility to misinformation. And based on the studies that we found, misinformation is defined as a subset of false information that is accidentally shared to people. So this greatly varies from disinformation, where false information is intentionally shared. And to piece this together with our independent variable, or our IV, there is a connection between susceptibility to misinformation and news consumption in this process. So that is the consumption that like strengthens the ability to discern misinformation and fake news. We also have two dependent variables, and the first one is political cynicism towards local politics. So political cynicism is often grouped together with skepticism under disaffection. So, but however, these concepts are mutually exclusive. So political cynicism is defined as the overall feeling of dissatisfaction in the government, where the competence, trust, and reliability of politicians are major factors. So often this attitude is viewed as a threat to democracy, with the citizens' exposure to negative topical stories like corruption-related news. And our second dependent variable is political skepticism towards local politics. So like I mentioned earlier, skepticism differs greatly from cynicism in that it takes on a more positive outlook. So while political skepticism involves a sense of doubt in the government, it takes on a more critical lens on news and information regarding the political system or the government. So researchers suggest that it can inspire a positive change, especially since it is often viewed as a form of engaged citizenry, as well such as active research in the credibility of news sources and participation in political events. So there are substantial reasons that allude to the expected relationship between our independent variable and our two dependent variables, and these can be explained by three theories, which Max will be discussing in the next slide.
Thank you. So our first theory is the third person effect, or the TPP. This perception explains the idea of individuals believing that they are superior to others in terms of decrypting information that is presented to them. So this means that these individuals believe that others are more susceptible or easily influenced by information compared to themselves. So this notion is, or perception is, based on the education level, income, and political interests of these individuals. So in our study, we use this theory to monitor how perceived susceptibility is measured and how this may lead to certain political attitudes. Our second theory is the media malay theory, which explains the negative relationship between news media and political cynicism. It is defined as the detachment of political participation and the increase of political cynicism due to the role of news media. In other words, the theory claims that news organizations or media content fuels a distrust in people towards their politics. So in other words, the more exposed you are to news media that over dramatizes political conflict, the more cynical you will become towards those politics. And then our last theory is the news find me theory. This theory is based on the belief that individuals are very aware and knowledgeable of political affairs despite inactively looking for news. So there are three dimensions involved in this theory. The first dimension is, of course, inactively seeking news. And then the second dimension is where individuals rely on their peers for news exposures on online platforms. So basically their peers reshare political news content or current events that would appear on your feed. Therefore, you are then exposed without having to look for it. And because you're exposed to this news, you are then being well informed on current events, which is the last dimension for this theory. And so with our theoretical foundation, we developed our two hypotheses, which is perceived susceptibility to misinformation is negatively associated with A, cynicism towards local politics, and B, skepticism towards local politics on Guam. So in other words, we believe that the less susceptible an individual is to misinformation, the more cynical and skeptical they are towards politics on Guam. And so for our procedures, to collect our data, we conducted an online survey from October to December in 2020 with other UOG communication students. And of course, the individuals who participated were offered incentives, including course credit or extra credit and gift certificates from local stores. And then the survey consisted of items that measured the perception towards the news media and even social media use for accessing political news. It also measured attitudes towards local politics. And lastly, cultural ideologies such as Inafamaulik and Chinchuli. And then moving forward, we measured these items using a 5-point Likert scale. This scale was used to measure agreement from strongly agree to strongly disagree, and then the intensity of usage from very likely to least likely. And of course, we took the data and ran correlations and statistical models from IBM's SPSS. So we also want to go over the items from the survey that we used to measure our variables. So for our independent variable, which is perceived susceptibility, we found one item that closely related to it. This item was, if I am exposed to false or inaccurate information in the news, I will be affected by it. For our first dependent variable, political cynicism, we use three items, including politicians in Guam put their own interests ahead of the public's interest. B, politicians in Guam are interested only in people's vote, not in people's opinions. And then C, I trust Guam's electoral process. And then below in the smaller boxes, we added the mean and the standard deviation. And then for the political cynicism, because there's more than one item, we also included the Cronbach alpha, which is shown under like after A, or A equals 0.069. Sorry. And then for our second dependent variable, political skepticism, you've also found three items, which is I think about the things elected officials in Guam say before I accept them as believable. It's important to critically evaluate what's said in local political news stories. And lastly, I think about local political news stories before I accept them as believable. And then, of course, we also included controlled variables, which were basically basic demographics such as age, sex, income, education. And of course, like the previous slide, we also provided the mean standard deviation and the Cronbach alpha.
So from the data collection, here are the results that we found for our research. So for our first hypothesis, which is perceived susceptibility to misinformation is negatively associated with cynicism towards local politics, we found that the R value is very low at 0.001. And for our p-value, that is the overall significance of the data, we found that it was 0.973. And based on these results, there is no significant relationship between our independent variable and our DV1. However, for our second hypothesis, the results are different. So to reiterate, for our second hypothesis proposed that perceived susceptibility to misinformation is negatively associated with skepticism towards local politics. So our value for the R value is at 0.102 and our p value is equal to 0.017. So these results show that there is a significant relationship between our independent variable and our second dependent variable. So this suggests that lower levels of perceived susceptibility to misinformation leads to higher levels of skepticism towards local politics. So to better recap and better explain our findings, we'll be moving on to the discussion portion of our presentation. So again, we observe the relationship between the perceived susceptibility to misinformation and political attitudes, that is cynicism and skepticism. So the type of relationship that we propose is a negative relationship between our variables. So perceived susceptibility to misinformation is negatively associated with cynicism and skepticism towards local politics. So we'll first break down our first hypothesis. So we saw from the results earlier that we reject H1A because there is no significant relationship between the IV and our first dependent variable. So this can be explained in terms of the media Malay and the news finding theories, in that they may not exist in the context of Guam and because of some limitations of the study. So from these, some suggestions for future research include the observation of other potential antecedents of cynicism on Guam. So for example, there's the consideration of the exposure to different types of news content. So this can include the medium it is consumed through and the types of stories that are consumed, as well as observing the length at which individuals are exposed to certain news content. So now we'll take a look into our findings for our second hypothesis. So earlier we found a significant relationship between our independent variable and our second dependent variable, which is perceived susceptibility to misinformation is negatively associated with skepticism towards local politics. Excuse me. And because of this significance, we accept this hypothesis and that it further suggests that individuals with lower levels of perceived susceptibility to misinformation are more skeptical towards local politics. So this is backed up with one of the theories that Max discussed earlier, which is the third person effect, where individuals place a distance between themselves and others in regards to their ability to assess news or information that's given to them or consumed by them. So based on this finding, there are some practical implications such as skepticism as a form of political engagement, as I mentioned earlier in the beginning of our presentation. And most notably, it highlights the importance of news media literacy at the local level because skepticism is oriented in a more positive light, or in other words, it adds motivation for a positive change. It fosters critical thinking skills, which are essential components to media literacy and tackling the widespread issue of misinformation at the local level. And that pretty much concludes our presentation. But before we officially close, we'd like to open the floor to any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, so thank you, Dannika and Max. Yeah, we have approximately 10 minutes for, about 6 minutes actually for questions. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to send them via the chat and I will moderate them, or make yourself known and we can allow you to ask your question. So we don't have a question, but we have comment. Camarin Meno wrote, very important and timely work, Dannika and Max. Thank you for sharing your research with us. Your research is very interesting, and I wish I could show it to my students in EN 111. So maybe I'll connect with you guys after the conference. So it seems like we don't have questions, any more questions. Thank you very much, Dannika and Max, for your presentation. For now, we're going to move on into the next presentation, just to introduce the presenters and their presentation while they set up to get on. Okay, so next up, we have Camarin Meno. Dr. Camarin Meno is a member of the psychology program faculty at the University of Guam and a PhD candidate in clinical community psychology at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Her research focuses on historical and community-based perspectives on social and psychological problems, including culturally relevant responses to gender-based violence and contemporary indigenous resistance to colonization. So before we get Dr. Meno to present, just a few reminders. The presentations go on for 20 minutes, and then we do have a Q&A session for 10 minutes afterwards. During the presentations, the audience can begin asking their questions by just sending them through the chat. And then when we end the presentation, then we can go through the chat and I will moderate the questions and ask them of the presenters.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen, and Happening. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Camarin Meno, and thank you for the promotion, Ms. Rutan, but I'm not quite a doctor yet. I am a doctoral candidate, so on my way. I am a member of the psychology faculty at UOG, and today I'm delighted to share with you some recent research I've been doing, entitled for today's presentation, I Can Channel My Pain Productively, Indigenous Social Movement Organizing in Guam. All right, for today, I'll be providing a brief introduction to the issue of Indigenous resistance and activism. Then I will be discussing social movement theory and what we currently understand about what motivates individuals to participate in social movements. Then I will discuss my study, including my study purpose and research questions, my participants, my methods, and my preliminary findings. Indigenous resistance and activism across the globe has lasted for centuries and continues in the current context. In our recent past, we have seen multiple demonstrations across the world and here at home to address Indigenous rights and to protect access to sacred lands. Indigenous resistance continues today because colonial contexts continue to exist, involving land taking, cultural suppression, erosion of Indigenous and tribal authority, and denial of Indigenous self-determination claims. In spite of this rich history, however, dominant theories about social movements have not adequately captured this form of resistance. Most research on social movements, for example, tends to lack a critical engagement with the settler colonial state, taking for granted that collective actions necessarily always operate within settler colonial political structures rather than outside of and in opposition to those structures. At the same time, little is known about the psychological features that motivate Indigenous collective action. So what motivates people to get involved in social movements in the first place? Why do people get involved and how do they stay involved? Social identity is one of the strongest and most consistent predictors of social movement engagement. According to social identity theory, a person is more likely to participate in social movements when one identifies as a permanent member of a disadvantaged group, and when that group's disadvantages are viewed as unjust but amenable to change. Typically, social movement researchers have examined two facets of social identity. These include racial and ethnic identity and politicized identity. Research in these areas suggests that one's embeddedness in an unequal society as a racial and ethnic minority contributes to one's desire to engage in collective action on behalf of those groups. And one's identification as a member of a specific group devoted to social change, like, for example, considering oneself a member or a supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement or a supporter of the Women's March, these identities can be themselves a direct predictor or even a moderator of collective action. Also, the extent to which individuals identify as an activist in its own right is also receiving attention in the social movement literature. Oh, I have a little notice here. Let's just pause that. Looking at activist identity in the social movement literature comes on the heels of decades of research examining the stigma surrounding activists from a variety of movements, from feminists to vegans and vegetarians and environmentalists. Existing research suggests that seasoned activists learn to navigate this identity and its related stigmas successfully. However, these stigmas may be harder to reconcile for less experienced social movement participants and even those on the brink of getting involved. And although social identity, as we've covered so far, has been well established in the literature on social movements, research has paid relatively scant attention to dimensions of identity specifically related to Indigenous identity. These include issues such as whether a person identifies with a specific Indigenous group, such as identifying as Chamorro, or if they endorse a pan-Indigenous identity, like identifying as a Pacific Islander, or simply identifying as Indigenous. This also covers the extent to which people engage in Indigenous practices, learn and speak Indigenous languages, and endorse Indigenous values and beliefs. And finally, this aspect of identity can also refer to how individuals identify with and express an affinity for place or land. So to sum all of this up in understanding social movement engagement, we can consider all of these things, but it's also important to consider how these factors influence people's motivations to engage over time, over one's pathway of engagement. So how do these things change? Research on individual pathways to social movement participation generally highlight three key milestones. These include becoming aware of the social movement cause, becoming involved in the social movement, and then determining one's future participation, either through sustained participation or disengagement. And how a person perceives his or her pathway to involvement within a social movement depends in large part on their narrative of social movement participation. Participant narratives of social movement engagement are valuable in helping individuals understand themselves in relation to a social movement. These narratives are also valuable to social movement researchers as they provide intricate details regarding the micro-mobilizing processes that sustain or inhibit participant engagement. And finally, eliciting narratives of one's pathway to social movement participation also holds special significance in an Indigenous context where oral histories exist as an important vehicle for sharing stories and sharing experiences. Renowned Indigenous scholar and methodologist Rindraty Smith identifies storytelling as one of 25 possible Indigenous projects consistent with an Indigenous research agenda. These practices contribute to a cognitive justice that radically asserts Indigenous ontologies and epistemologies in a world that has long minimized them and sought to keep them out of sight. So with this literature base in mind, my goals for this study were to understand social movement engagement within a uniquely Indigenous setting such as Guam. I also wanted to understand motivations for social movement engagement within an Indigenous movement. Furthermore, I wanted to understand pathways to Indigenous social movement engagement and how different motivations might change over time and how that might influence one's engagement. All of this is done ultimately with the hope to support the work of Indigenous movements, who I personally feel do valuable work for our community. My specific research questions for this study are, what social identities are relevant to Indigenous social movement engagement in Guam, and how do they shift to shape one's engagement over time? What motivational factors characterize the pathway of Indigenous social movement engagement in Guam, leading to sustained or reduced involvement over time? And the organization with whom I worked to better understand these issues was Independent Guam. Independent Guam is the outreach arm of the Independence Task Force, one of 3 task forces created to educate the public about possible political status options recognized by the United Nations. These include independence, reassociation, or integration with an existing state. Independent Guam was formed in 2016 and has since then engaged with hundreds and hundreds of individuals on island and throughout the world through educational and cultural activities, including teach-ins, monthly meetings, hikes to sacred historical sites, reading groups, and concerts. And what was so fascinating to me about this organization was just the sheer variety of all these different educational opportunities. For the first time to me in a big way, decolonization became a topic that average people were talking about rather than just academics and politicians. And so here on the screen, you can see all the different flyers demonstrating the different events that I've just described. So the many concerts they have held, Hilaan, part of their cultural hike series, and then their very popular podcast, Finatsu, in which they covered Operation Christmas Wrap, the recent movie that came out on Netflix that featured scenes from Guam and offering a critical commentary on it. For this study, I used a demographic questionnaire that queried about participants' age, race, length of involvement with Independent Guam, their educational attainment, and their Chamorro language proficiency. And using a semi-structured interview protocol, I asked participants to reflect on the identities that mattered most to them, being sure to follow up on mentions of racial and ethnic identity, politicized identity, Indigenous identity, activist identity, and place identity. Then I asked them to reflect on their pathway to activism, encouraging them to provide a narrative account of their pathway, including how they learned about Independent Guam, how they joined, how their friends and families reacted when they joined, and how they responded to any issues, conflicts, activist stigma that arose from being involved with this organization. And finally, I asked them to share any feedback and hopes for Independent Guam. My interviews lasted between 58 minutes to about 2 hours and 12 minutes, and my mean interview length was 93 minutes, or about an hour and a half. My participants included 25 individual adults who participated in at least one Independent Guam event. These include 68% women, 68% who identified as Indigenous Chamorro, 48% who had a master's degree or above, 40% who were involved with the organization between 1 to 3 years, So a good number of participants were involved in some of the early years of organizing with independent Guanghan. And then the mean age of my participants was about 35 years, with my youngest participant 19 years old and my oldest participant 76. Analysis of my data is currently underway using a combination of grounded theory and narrative analytic approaches using NVBL12 qualitative data analysis software. Using this approach, my analysis involved 3 phases of thematic coding, including open, axial, and selective coding, while I attend to thematic and narrative elements such as time, place, and plot, with special attention to dichotomies, silences, contradictions, and metaphors. So my preliminary findings, here's what we have. In terms of social identities, many of my participants highlighted different aspects of their identities that were salient to them in the context of their social movement work. For my Indigenous participants, Indigenous identity came up frequently alongside concerns with authenticity. For those identified as non-Indigenous, they also mentioned how this impacted their work and described a sense of settler responsibility in their work with this organization. For individuals who identified with marginalized identities, such as identifying as working class or being a member of the LGBTQIA community, they also reported how these identities impacted them. And overall, over the course of their engagement, many people reported some change or shift in their identity over the course of their work. And over this pathway, participants generally discuss a gradual process of conscientization or increasing critical awareness of these social issues that came to life and were spurred into action with these certain flashbulb moments that encouraged them to take some immediate action. Many reported support from their immediate family in doing this work, but also reporting experiences with both positive and negative interpersonal dynamics as a result of their involvement. Over the course of their work, many reported having to learn how to respond to activist stigma, how to learn how to cope with burnout, but ultimately reporting a sense of growth. And I'll be sharing some quotes with you all now to illustrate some of these findings. So with regard to authenticity concerns and Indigenous identity, here's a Chamorro woman talking about these challenges to identity in her work. She says, there's another critique like, well, what? You think you're better Chamorros than us? They've said all those things. But that's really, to me, evidence of just all of the pain we've been feeling for generations, so many of us. So that's really a product of our oppression. It's violence, a slow violence, and these are little microaggressions, but they really come together into a much larger, draining, damaging part of continuing oppression. So having these authenticity concerns, these challenges to identity, coming up for her, really salient in terms of her Indigenous identity. And we can see how this overlaps with some activist stigma that she's experiencing as part of her work. For those participants who did not identify as Indigenous Chamorro, they talked about a sense of settler responsibility. So this non-Chamorro woman states, I'm reminded sometimes that I'm still perceived as an outsider, and that's not me wanting to impose. It's like, I have all this passion and ideas and everything, but it's like, oh, you know, step back. You can be connected, but be careful, just be respectful. So this one woman talking about her desire to do this work, her intense passion and wanting to contribute, but balancing that alongside this deep respect and not wanting to kind of overstep her boundaries or center herself in this work. And even Indigenous participants discuss settler responsibility. So I have a quote here from a Chamorro woman describing a desire for her in those who are involved in other movements on island to recognize the importance of decolonization work. So she says, yeah, it makes me feel bad too. When it's people that spend a great amount of their time supporting our community, I sometimes wonder about this person who has been a steward of our environment. But I wonder, she supports environmentalism, but I wonder if the political outcry hurts her, you know, like I wonder. So this Chamorro woman kind of illustrating how, for example, many movements on islands, such as movements for climate change, are gaining a lot of steam. But this particular woman saying, maybe not the same people involved in climate change work as decolonization work, and seeing that, it'd be nice if those movements could more align more closely together, especially for those who may not be Indigenous, and wanting them to be involved. Okay, I'm looking at the time, so let me pick just a couple more quotations to share. Here's a quote about responding to activist stigma from a Chamorro man. He says, "At one of the rallies, I was holding the sign and it made it to the paper. My dad was like, 'You better not be one of those activist people.' And then I was like, 'Why? What's the problem with that?' And then he's like, 'No, I don't want you causing trouble.' And I'm like, 'Dad, I'm not causing trouble. I'm not going out there and getting arrested or whatever you think I'm doing.'" Later on within this interview, this participant described how his father's thoughts and opinions about his work later changed. So this participant goes on to say, "We had a family party and one of his friends from college came up to him and said, 'Hi, thank you for what you've done.' And then he's like, 'This is my son. He's also doing a lot for our people and he's really working for our people.'" So seeing how this participant had to kind of clarify some misconceptions that his dad was having about him, and how over time his dad then came to see the work that he was doing and the value of what he was doing. And then one last quote I'll share is coping with burnout. This Chamorro woman says, "Part of our process of surviving these challenges and this pain and this trauma is to occupy yourself in your mind and busyness. So that's your way of taking control. It's your way of doing something. It's like I'm taking control over the seemingly overwhelming, chaotic, never-ending hardship. I can at least control in this small way, or I can control my feelings this way. I can channel my pain productively." So it's so hard to shut that off. It's almost like we can't help ourselves, It's almost like we can't help, and we're constantly in mode of putting out fires. We're constantly in crisis mode. So this is a really important quote to me that I've selected to share with all of you. It includes the title of this presentation, "I Can Channel My Pain Productively." And this is kind of showing just the difficulty, right, of many people being involved in decolonization work to address these traumas that this person is referencing. But with kind of these constant ongoing traumas that are existing today, and this need to kind of put out these fires, as this woman is stating, it just seems like a lot of burden there. And so to learn how to balance that, right, this desire to do something productive, but not also take it too far, that really seems something that this participant was grappling with. Okay, so let's go ahead and reflect on these different findings so far. So these were the original questions for the research. Oh, and let's take a quick look how they add up. So in terms of social identities that are relevant to Indigenous social movement engagement in Guam, absolutely multiple social identities are salient for participants in this work. And what I found so far is that prolonged engagement led to a deepening of Indigenous values and practices for those who identified as Indigenous. And for those who are non-Indigenous, prolonged involvement resulted in changes in how they approach their work, right? So that one non-Chamorro woman talking about the sense of subtler responsibility and learning to step back. And so it was a process for her to get to that point. In terms of the motivational factors that characterize one's pathways to Indigenous social movement and how this leads to sustained or reduced involvement, I didn't get to share a quote with you, but I had a great quote from a person who talked about a professor who really enlivened this issue for him. And that was a flashbulb moment for him. So absolutely, flashbulb moments can spur individuals into action. What I've also found so far is that activist stigma and burnout are critical motivational factors that can negatively impact one's work. Some participants reported being able to overcome these barriers, and some report that they're still kind of working through them. And so my next steps are to continue with my data analysis to finalize that. I would also like to share my feedback with Independent Guahan and share with them my findings. And ultimately, I want to share my interview transcripts with my participants, many of whom reported feeling comforted after our interview and taking time to reflect on their work. And so I would like to share these transcripts with them. And that is it for my presentation. So I know I'm a little bit over time, but if we have time, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Camarin Meno. We do have time for questions. We have about 9 minutes for questions. So if there are any questions from the audience, please share that with us in the chat and I will be moderating them. And thank you for your presentation.
Hello, Camarin. That was a very interesting study. I like it. I like it so much. But anyway, I'm just curious, how did you marry grounded theory and narrative analysis? That must be so difficult, right?
That is a great question. I think if we had to kind of compare the two, and maybe which is taking a little bit more precedence, it is a little bit more of a, I think, a grounded theory study, and kind of like, you know, traditionally, like, you know, kind of grouping different themes, right, separating them out. But what I'm doing to bring in the narrative analysis is to kind of attend to those narrative elements. So kind of the plot and place and time, and kind of incorporating that idea of it being a story. So I guess in terms of like what themes I'm pulling in, it's going to be pulling those narrative themes. And so that is kind of how I'm marrying it. But absolutely, it was a bit of a challenge to think of how to do it, but that is how I'm conceptualizing it. And so far, I think it's helping me to understand the concepts. Thank you.
Thank you, Camarin.
I have a question.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Twaddle.
Wonderful presentation. We always say that our research should serve the community, and so you've learned a lot from the group that you worked with. And I'm just wondering if the work you did, your research, will also serve the community and the group that you work. Like, you'll be able to give back. So, is there any insights or that you gained from your study that you'll be sharing with the people that you did the research with and with the broader community that will help them move for self-determination or independence, that the work you're doing will help to move this community activism forward?
Thank you. That's definitely something I've been thinking about, and kind of how to share this feedback with everyone. I think one of the things that really stood out to me was the sense of burnout, and I wish I could have shared more quotes from the participants about burnout, because there were actually a lot of recommendations from the participants themselves about what would help. And some of them talked about like more sense of community, because, you know, in this work, there's always kind of a rally to organize, some kind of op-ed to prepare in response to kind of some issue. And some participants just saying, I wish we had just some quality time to spend together where we're not doing this kind of active work, right? We're actually just enjoying our company and building the sense of community. I think a lot of those activities do foster a sense of community, and I think that's what helps people to stay involved. But I think a sense of people just wanting some rest. So that is something I would like to share and to see. I don't know if there are some creative ways to build that into some of the work that's being done. But that's one of the things that kind of comes up for me, is just fostering a sense of community with this group to keep people motivated and engaged.
I'll ask another question if no one else has one. It's a good conversation. How did the project change you and your own engagement with these issues?
That is a great question. Oh, that is a great question. I didn't share this as part of my analysis too, but part of grounded theory work is to do our own memoing and our own reflection. Yes, absolutely. Lots of different reflections on my own end, and also experiencing some secondhand, I think, activist stigma from this project. So some tense conversations with people in my own life about this topic. And so I guess that was just good experience to kind of get to know that and to feel that, and just to really highlight just how somewhat controversial these issues are. And I don't know, I guess that's one of the many things. And I'm hoping that maybe people can see that this work is important. I think it's important. And I think it also kind of costs a lot sometimes.
Thanks, Professor Meno. I won't ask any more questions, I promise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It seems there are no more questions from the audience. Thank you, Professor Camarin Meno, for your presentation. Well,
thank you.
You're welcome. We will now get ready for the last presentation for this track, and this presentation will run from 3 p.m. to the end of the conference.
Thank you again to the University of Guam for including this panel discussion in your 43rd annual research conference. I'm so very honored and grateful to be here. And I'm especially grateful to be here with our panelists and our and those of you who have joined us today. I know many of you are either advocates, I recognize some of your names. Many of you are people who have worked in history, historic preservation, cultural preservation for many years. And so I'm very grateful to be joined by you today. You know my background, and but the reason why we presented this as a potential panel to the University of Guam is really very simple. You know, we want to have a discussion today. We're not going to establish a policy today. We're not going to make any changes necessarily today, but I think we can all agree that some policy changes are necessary. And I think there's a growing movement in the community that recognizes this, that policy changes must occur in regards to historic preservation and in regards to, in particular, burials and reburials. And so before we make those policy changes, I think it's utmost important to have a very good discussion. And so today's discussion, hopefully, is to share with you, just very basic principles. You know, I'm not an archaeologist. I'm the biologist and the lawyer and the policymaker, right? So I'm bringing this to you as a Chamorro woman and from my experience. And what I want to show you is what the guidelines are, what we have in place today, some examples of what these guidelines have brought us to, or the lack of guidelines prior to that, have brought us to, and to stir your thoughts, not to make determinations, not to point fingers, not, to make anybody leave here feeling, horrible, but to stir your thoughts on when we have these future discussions to change policy, that you will have been thinking about these things. There's so many factors, I think, to consider. And of course, we're motivated. I've been a very staunch advocate of preservation in place of current cultural and historical sites, as particularly burials. I believe this is not just for my benefit, but it's for the benefit of all of us, but more importantly, for the benefit of future generations. I want future generations to forever have an opportunity to experience what we have experienced and what we haven't been able to experience, to get access to places that we have not had access to be able to stand in those places and see for themselves and to feel for themselves what our ancestors 3,000 years might have felt, what resources they were in, might have been available to them, and their thoughts from being in those places under those circumstances and with those resources around them. I want that opportunity for our future generations. And so I am so very grateful to have joined with many of you who have also advocated for preservation in place of these places. And our topic is so broad, so we've narrowed it down very much. And to just the current burial policies, reburials in particular. And we have 3 panelists with us today who are going to help us. They have been particularly involved in these reburials. Hope Cristobal, Linda Uggan, Ian Kathleen, and we will introduce them in a little bit later and talk about their experiences. And so I'm joined today by Lincoln Budasi. And Lincoln, if you could just, I know they read your bio, but if you could introduce yourself a little bit for the rest of us, for the people present.
Buenas everyone, Guahusi Lincoln Budasi, Familian Pankutantinu. I am a policy analyst for Speaker Terlaje, but I'm also a current Master's of Public Health student with the George Washington University. The reason I'm doing this, like Speaker Terlaje said, I am a Chamorro woman, and before doing any research for this panel, I embarrassingly didn't know much about the burial memorials that have taken place on our island, the disturbances. And so I agreed to do this panel with Speaker Terlaje so that more people can be educated about current burial policy and the history, which we will talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln. So I'm so glad that Lincoln's joined me today in this presentation. And as I said, we're going to have a discussion, I hope, one that you can take with you and inspire you, your future involvement in the upcoming discussions that many different forums and many different entities will be having in regards to updating policy, updating burial practices, updating ceremonies and what we do in regards to cultural preservation. All right. So our agenda is we're going to give a brief overview on the current burial policies. We're going to give examples of ancient Chamorro burial memorials and ceremonies. And then we will have presentations by the panel. And we were very limited in time, so the panelists' presentations are about 10 minutes each. And I apologize in advance because I know there's so much that everyone's going to want to talk about, but we're limiting our topic today, trying to stir your thoughts, and there will have to be very many future discussions, as I hope that you will also participate in those. All right, so our panelists today, our first panelist is former Senator Hope Cristobal. She's currently the Gehelu of the Kubushon, Ifina Chamorro, then Ifina Nakwin, Historia, then Ilinatla Itautotano. We invited her to be our panelist because many of us have lived through the destruction that occurs sometimes in development, and many of us have lived through the unearthing of burials, and then these reburials, and we lived with the monuments that have been put up, and Hope in particular has led us as a community, not as a government representative, but on her own accord. She has taken it upon herself to join with others and lead us in protecting these sites and in memorializing the Chamorros who lived and were buried there, and in conducting ceremonies herself. So we are looking very much forward to her insights as to the decisions that were made in determining, how these memorials would look, what these memorials would look like, and what the ceremonies, how they would be conducted. And our second panelist is Linda Uggan. She is the former State Historic Preservation Officer for many years. And the Historic Preservation Officer works at the Historic Preservation Division of the Department of Parks and Recreation. So if you see DPR, that's why, because our Historic Preservation Office is within the Department of Parks and Recreation on Guam. All right, and our third panelist is Ian Kathleen, who currently works at the Historic Preservation Office on Guam. He is a Historic Preservation Specialist 1, and I'm so glad he was able to join us because the current SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Officer, we call them SHPO in short, he's currently off island. And so the acting SHPO, Carlotta, graciously suggested to invite Ian Kathleen, and so we're looking forward to his input as well as to, so both Linda and the current office have been involved in different different memorials on Guam, of course, because of different time periods. So we're looking forward to their input as well as to the decisions that were made, to how the memorials would look and the ceremonies that would take place in regards to these reburials. So we're going to begin with a very brief overview of Guam's current burial policy. So you can, all of our historic preservation laws are contained in Title 21 of the Guam Code Annotated, Chapter 76 in particular. One section of that I want to read, it's called 76504, Treatment of Human Remains. Human remains shall receive respect and consideration when discovered. Disturbance of burials shall be avoided when possible, but when necessary shall be at the expense of the developers, using procedures and standards acceptable to the Guam Historic Preservation Officer. Anthropological review of human remains shall be at a minimum level and only for the time authorized by the Guam Historic Preservation Officer prior to reburial. We also have Public Law 21-104, which was the establishment of the Naftan Imanyanata in 1992. That was a place that was established to rebury many of the human remains that had been unearthed and put pretty much into storage prior to that date. And so this established a place for those reburials to take place. So this was a law by the Guam legislature. And then another law in Public Law 33-204 in 2016 specifically designated the land for that Naftan Imanyanata to be placed at. And so that land right now is up at Patgun Point. They call it Oka Point or Ipao Point. It's up there near, and we'll discuss that more later. So the, in addition to the laws, we also have the Department of Parks and Recreation's general guidelines for archaeological burials. Okay, and these guidelines were established in 1983. All right, so they contain different provisions. Of course, they say avoid disturbance where possible. They give specific guidelines for overlapping burials, you know, how to either preserve one or remove one and leave the rest in place or remove all. But what we're really going to focus on today is Section 4, which are the reburial guidelines. I'm going to read 3 provisions of these guidelines that I think are critical for our discussions today. Burials and human remains which have to be removed from original locations should be reburied in a location as close as possible to the original locations. Where project circumstances allow, this area should be within the bounds of the original project. Where respectful and dignified reburial within the project area and near the original location is not possible, the agency or developer responsible may make application to the Department of Parks and Recreation for inclusion of the remains within the Naftan Imanyanata. The developer will be assessed a fee reflecting the actual cost of accomplishing the reburial within the Naftan Imanyanata, including appropriate public ceremonies. And so these guidelines also contain, you know, provisions that the sealed containers, how many remains will be in there, and that the memorial location shall be marked. There shall be a plaque or a marker, and public access is required. It says that they will be reburied with a solemn ceremony, and that when an area is dedicated for these reburials, that there will be a second ceremony for that, and that one, the public will be invited. There's a photographic record that must be made of the reburial and the ceremonies and all of the reports, of course, stored at SHPO's office. There are also additional guidelines in regards to research, in regards to electronic records, and in regards to reserving remains from reburial for archaeological and other purposes, like scientific purposes. Okay, next slide. So in 2010, there were amendments to these general guidelines, and the guidelines, by the way, were also built on executive orders that had occurred. So executive orders come from the governors. They can write executive orders in any area that is not covered by existing law. So where they needed to implement policies that were not yet in law, they would issue executive orders. So all of those executive orders have been compiled into these guidelines. And in 2010, the guidelines were revised, particularly in regards to the reburials. And I want to read the important provision in these amendments was that in the absence of naftan imanyanata, where respectful and dignified reburial within the project area and near the original location is not possible, the reburial may take place in another location approved by the Guam State Historic Preservation Officer. I'm hoping to show by some of these guidelines that the state and the laws that the State Historic Preservation Officer is the one named, and he or she has a lot of the discretion in these matters. All right, so the amendments also included SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer SHPO approval for reburial location. Another container restrictions, how many burials could be put into the containers. And then again about the plaque, that it should be written in both English and Chamorro. It should discuss the history of the place and the number of individuals found. And again, they restated that the public access should be had to these memorials, and that all of this is going to be designed and paid for by the agency or the developer responsible, but in coordination with archaeologists and SHPO. All right, and so in addition to our existing laws and guidelines, in some situations, we enter into specific agreements. And this is one example of those. And so in particular with projects with the Department of Defense or the military, Guam has entered into programmatic agreements discussing how the whole program will be managed and in regards to historic or cultural properties. So the 2011 programmatic agreement was for the relocation of the Marines to Guam. It's the hugest project to date, I think. And so anyways, in that programmatic agreement, in regards to human remains, if human remains are found, activities are halted. If they're determined to be human and historic or prehistoric, Joint Region Marianas is supposed to notify the SHPO within 3 days and arrange a site visit if requested by the SHPO. And then JRM is required to follow Section 2 of the guidelines and Section 3 of the guidelines. And those are avoiding disturbance where possible and the overlapping burial provisions. There's also a provision that says if any agency or organization is interested in being involved with the coordination of these procedures, they may submit written requests, which will be considered. All right, so I think that's where our laws and our guidelines lie. I haven't discussed federal law here because I am not going to change federal law at this point. What we are going to have discussions on going forward is, in my role, is how we are going to be able to change local laws, local policies, who has input, that type of thing. So we've concentrated on what we can do locally and what we can actually implement. All right, and now I'll hand it over to Lincoln. Lincoln?
Before I begin, I do want to note that all of the burial disturbances, memorial sites, and ceremonies that I will be discussing in my presentation are available at the SHPO upon request, if you're interested. So now that Speaker Terlaje has made us familiar with Guam's current burial policy, we can examine how these have been executed in real-life examples. For today's panel, we will look at 3 examples. Naftan Imanyanata, ancient Chamorro burials within local government and private development, and then the third will be Magua and Sabanan Fedeng at the Marine Corps Base Camp Loss. All of the photos that you will see here today of burial memorials were taken within the last week. So our first example, Naftan Imanyanata. For decades, Chamorro ancestral remains were retrieved from local, military, and private development who were not able or not mandated to rebury them at their original discovery sites. Over the decades, there were more than 3,000 remains that were collected. All of these remains were stored at the Guam Public Library, the Flores building across the library, the PDN building, Guam Museum offices, and Parks and Recreation offices. Because it was over the decades, over 3,000 remains, these buildings eventually reached their storage capacity. So on May 29, 1992, NAFTAN was established by Public Law 21-104 for the entombment of all of these remains. It has been 30 years since NAFTAN's establishment. The legislature did allot land at Punten Point, or what some people call Oka or Ipao Point. As you can see in this photo, it is located between Tumon Bay and the Archbishop Felix Berto Flores Memorial Circle. Since the land has been allotted and designs have been funded for the memorial, this is the conceptual design created by Architects Laguanya LLC. This was published in October 2020. So this is just the 2D design of the memorial, and this is a 3D design that you can find on the SHPA website. It's actually a walkthrough. A quick note about the memorial itself. Included in Public Law 21-104, it says that this memorial site shall include a Chamorro tombstone reflecting information on the ancient villages where the human remains originated, their death rites, burial practices, and the life around the immediate area. So the land and design are set for NAFTAN. The executive branch, including SHPO and Guam Museum, must execute the plan now. To date, no construction or ceremony plans have been formally released to the public. Moving on to our second example, Chamorro burials within local government and private developments. I do want to make a note that there are dozens of these types of burials across the island, but for time purposes, this panel will only discuss several of them. This does not mean that these are more significant than the ones we have not mentioned. Just for time purposes, these are the ones we are including in today's panel. So the first burial memorial we will talk about is at Hyatt Regency Guam. As you can see in this photo, the memorial is located along the right side of the road leading to the hotel's entrance and parking garages. The memorial is approximately 25-30 feet and contains a single 1-foot plaque stand. This memorial is accessible to the public. The burial disturbance here took place in the 1990s. The plaque stand is in English and Chamorro, and it reads, "The skeletal remains of nearly 500 Chamorro were buried within the settlement. The remains of these villagers are now reburied near this monument." I just want to highlight the word near this monument. Our next burial memorial is at Nico Hotel. This memorial is located along the right side of the road leading to the hotel. It is on an elevated platform and accessible to the public. As you can see on the left here, they actually have a lot of signage showing where the memorial is. This memorial contains 8 erect, approximately 5 feet latte stones, seen in this picture on the right, and a plaque stand. This burial disturbance took place in the late 1980s. Someone mentioned to me 1986 to 87. And in this case, Nico Hotel was sued by a group of people. It included hotel staff and activist groups, including OPIR. And the settlement case from the settlement in this case included the reburial memorial and ceremony. Sina Hope was actually a part of all of this, and so hopefully she will discuss this in her presentation later. There were approximately 360 burials at this location. The plaque itself is in English and Chamorro. Ron Rivera, someone mentioned to me that Ron Rivera designed this memorial site. And we can, and hopefully Sina Cristobal again will present this later on with more information. The next memorial site we have is at Apurguan, the Agana Beach condos. If you don't know where these condos are, they are on Alupang Bay, near the Alupang Beach Towers, Jimmy D's Beach, and Santa Fe Hotel. This memorial has a concrete platform and plaque stand. It is located on the beachfront, behind the condos, as you can see in this photo. When we visited this site last week, as far as we could tell, unless you walked on the beach to get to this memorial, there's no public access to this, as far as we could tell. This disturbance took place in 1990. The plaque is in English and Chamorro, and it reads, "The burial remains of at least 152 ancient Chamorro people who live nearby now lie below this memorial." These were Latte period burials, and it was adults and children that were found here. Our next memorial site is at Dundon Road in Malolo. This memorial is located along the road, Dundon Road. It has a concrete platform with 2 standing latte and a white plaque stand with latte designs. This burial disturbance took place approximately 2010, and on the plaque it reads that these burials were disturbed during the widening of Dundon Road for the Ladson Solid Waste Landfill facility. 10 Chamorro burials from the 1400s were found here. In reports, it says that it was adults were found and 1 infant who was 2 months old was found here. The plaque does read these 10 individuals and possibly more, just noting that. When the burials were initially disturbed, a traditional Chamorro ceremony, including prayers and chants, took place. The moving ceremony for these remains, this memorial here is not the exact location the remains were found. So when they were first disturbed, they had a ceremony. And then more than 5 years later, in July 2015, a moving ceremony took place. At this moving ceremony, the remains were placed in white wooden caskets, as you can see in this photo. The next memorial we'll talk about is at Crown Plaza Resort Guam. This actually has, so Crown Plaza Resort Guam is a new resort here. It was previously known as Fiesta Hotel, which I'm sure many of us know, and it was formerly known as Daiichi Hotel, which was built in 1968. For the burial disturbances at Daiichi, I do not know anything about them. I did not find any research about them, and it is important to note that those disturbances took place before the DPR general guidelines for burials were published. But for Fiesta, the memorial you see in this picture is located on the right side of the road as you enter the resort parking lot. It is a white concrete platform, approximately 10 feet wide, and has 2 latte stones and a plaque stand. The Fiesta burial disturbance took place in the early 2000s. I found 2008 in my research. And the memorial plaque here does not detail the number of burials. But in my research, someone listed there being approximately 88 burials. But again, the plaque does not detail the number of burials. For the ceremony at Fiesta, it included the public, Chief Royal Academy, St. Francis Choir, and historian Malia Ramirez performed a chant. For Crown Plaza, now that it is Crown Plaza, in August 2021, renovations taking out swimming pools from the 1970s disturbed more Chamorro burials. This is still an ongoing disturbance, and I do not have any information about that as far as numbers go. The next memorial we'll talk about is Westin Resort Guam. This one personally shocked me the most. I usually frequent this beach, and I did not know that this was a burial site, especially because it is unmarked. So this memorial is located on Westin Beachfront. It is near the large staircase that leads to the hotel and Umaru restaurant parking lot. It leads to the beach from there. It has a white gate enclosing it, as you can see in this picture, and it has a approximately 2 feet tall marble marker. But again, there's no plaque designating it or labeling it as a burial site. This burial disturbance took place approximately late 1990s, and I just want to note that when I visited it last weekend, it was covered with debris, unfortunately. Next burial site we will talk about is at Matapang Beach. If you don't know where Matapang Beach is, it is near Holiday Inn in the Guam Zoo. This burial disturbance took place in the mid-1980s. Conversationally, people say that hundreds of burials were unearthed here. I don't have an exact number, but these burials were unearthed when the park was bulldozed to prepare it for a Department of Public Works percolation field project. So the burials were found in this area under the boats. The burials were removed and stored, but they have yet to be interred, so they are still in storage. The intended reburial site has been chosen though. It is right next to, so the discovery site is to the left. This is right, it's an elevated area near the Holiday Inn. This is the intended reburial site, but I don't have any information about when those burials will be reinterred. Former Shippo Ugin did mention that she would touch more about this in her presentation later. This is just another perspective of it. So the discovery site is there where the boats are, and then a little bit to the right and elevated is the intended reburial site. And here's another perspective of it from the parking lot. The final memorial site that we'll talk about in this second example of local government and private development burials is at Goknya, or otherwise known as Gun Beach. This was another shocking one to me. So Goknya is a very large area, and it has had a long history of burial disturbances. It actually goes back to the 1920s. But for this panel, we're going to discuss the burial disturbances that took place in the 2000s. So a private company planned to develop a resort in this area, and they hired a contractor to collect soil samples in the area. To do that, he cleared hundreds of feet of jungle. And in doing that, he disturbed Chamorro remains. And these remains are in these concrete circles in the parking lot, and they're not marked. No one knows about them. I didn't know about them. But there are burials in these areas. So this is the parking lot. This is a second concrete circle in the parking lot. This one's closer to the exit. So in response to these burial disturbances, Memorias dan Respeto para Imanyaynata Tautau Goknya, a memorial ceremony for ancestors, took place. This is from a Guam PDN article in 2007, showing students from Harao Academy doing performing in the ceremony. This is the news article, and people placing flowers at the ceremony site. Just more pictures. This is Speaker and I's, one of our favorite pictures of a man holding up a skull during the ceremony at Goknya. And Sina Hope Cristobal did mention that she would talk about this later in her presentation. She was a part of it. Now moving on to our third and last example, Magua and Sabanan Fedeng. This is what we're probably most familiar with. It has been one of the significant burial disturbances that has taken the past decade. So Magua and Sabanan Fedeng were disturbed during construction of Marine Corps lost the Joint Region Marianas Undertakings, the 2011 programmatic agreement. This is a picture I took back in August 2021. I accompanied Speaker Terlaje on a tour of Camp Blas, and this was when this is early in the disturbance of Sabanan Fedeng. So that arrow is just pointing out the burials are under that tarp. In October 2018, it was discovered that Magua was intentionally destroyed, and just burials were disturbed at Sabanan Fedeng. In this map I'm showing you, it kind of gives you an overhead perspective of it. This is a Joint Region Marianas map. So Route 3 is there along on the right side. And Magua and Sabanan Fedeng are here in Camp Blas. The purple triangles that you see are burials. And I believe the blue spots are archaeological artifacts sites, but what we want to pay attention to here is the purple triangles. And then this map I've also put into perspective where Magua and Sabanan Fedeng are in relation to Haputo and Litexan, which is where the military wants to build a firing range. So at Sabanan Fedeng, the burial site includes 7 grave pits with multiple burials, but the final overall number of burials is pending analysis. In response to the burial upheavals, many people in the community wanted to pay their respects, but because these burial disturbances took place behind military gates, the public was not allowed to pay their respects. And so in response to that, Purtahila Texan and other local leaders organized a community vigil outside the Camp Bloss gates on November 21, 2021, as you can see in this photo. The ceremony was led by Sina Cristobal, and it included Chamorro chants and rituals. But a ceremony did take place at the burial site, led by Joint Region Marianas and SHPO. A private ceremony limited by invite up to 50 individuals took place on November 23, 2021. They called this Tatutuna Inaftan Imenyanata, or honoring the resting place of our ancestors. Again, this was a private ceremony at the burial site, limited to only 50 people and invite only. This is SHPO Luhang saying remarks at the site. A Chamorro chant was led by historian Maliat Ramirez, followed by symbolic procession around the burial grounds. And they also symbolically reburied the disturbed burials with soil from the site, as seen in this photo. The burial grounds were adorned with limestone rock borders, and arrangements of medicinal native ferns that would have been used in the late Lati period were also adorning the burial grounds. Per Joint Region Marianas press release, the memorial was completed on February 11, 2022. This memorial was designed and constructed through collaboration between Marines, SHPO, Granite Obayashi Joint Venture, and Kleinfelder Garcia and Associates. This is a wide concrete plaque. The memorial site has a white concrete plaque, and it has an engraving of a trunken nunu, a banyan tree, nestled between two ancient Chamorro lusongs. I wish I had a better photo. I had to get this from the Joint Region Marianas press release, but those are two lusongs planking the plaque on those circular features. This is just another perspective of the memorial. And it is important to note that they built this memorial because they disturbed burials, but while they were constructing the memorial, more burials were disturbed. So we do not have a final number of how many burials have been disturbed here. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation. So I think now, May I stop sharing?
Yes. Again, so Linda, again is a former State Historic Preservation Officer for many years, involved in some of these reburial. Sign, I hope if you could put yourself on mute temporarily. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Agan, please proceed.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hello? Oh, okay. So my view on protocols for reburying and maintaining monuments, is that what I'm gonna say? That's what I'm gonna focus on? There is a report in
yeah, we've asked each of the panelists, if you don't mind. So yeah, we've asked each of the panelists to please give their insights as to the decisions that were made in the creation of these monuments during their tenure, and the ceremonies that were performed during their tenure, of course, with the time restraints we have. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I wasn't involved in, except for the Ladson, going to Dundan, the memorial monument there. That was the only one I was involved in. We were in the verge of, what is that? Signing an MOA with Federal Highway to construct a reburial monument, memorial monument down by Elig when they were upgrading the Elig Bridge. That never happened, but one thing is important, that that is the first, the Dundan, the Ladson Memorial Monument was the first federal funded monument to, I think, that I can recall. So that's very important. Now they need to pursue the one in Elig, and we're talking about maybe $60 maybe 80 burials that have to be reburied there. So we started the design for the Matapang Beach reburial. It never went through, but there was a design that was put out by an architect firm. Actually, it was under Willie Flores that it went through, and the engineers of public works had their own drafts. So that started. It got left on the wayside there. As for the location, the holiday, the hillside that Lincoln showed on her PowerPoint, that is Government of Guam property, and that's where we would have constructed the monument, the memorial. And I think I know that the chief for the Guam Review Board, Mike McKeel, was also involved. So there's a design out there already. It just has to be kickstarted, the project. So that's my involvement in that. As to the other monuments, I was not involved. My tenure from 83 to 87.
I don't even see us listed on this page at all, Tracy. I don't even see our name here.
Senator Brown, yeah. Could you please put yourself on mute for now?
Oh. So
yeah, they're talking and stuff, but we're not even listed on this. Are we looking at it?
Hello? To 87. And then I was SHPO for 19 years. So within those 19 years, all these projects started to evolve. That's my involvement. Another senator is the report on the ancestral remains of the Hornbuckle collection, which we brought 88 boxes of back in 2000. And so this was under Governor Gutierrez, and the report is, I would suggest people read the report. It's on the website, Historic Preservation website. And there's 88 boxes of remains, 311 individuals, 303 adults, 8 subadults, meaning they did not reach adult stage yet. And of the 311, excuse me, there are only 18 complete skeletal remains. Mr. Hornbuckle collected over 2,000 artifacts and remains and brought it over. He was a collector for the Bishop Museum. There's a latte at the Bishop, and Sina Hope, Ms. Hope knows about this, and I'm glad she's here because she knows a lot. I mean, she was involved in the museum long time ago and wanted accreditation under some public law. So in that report, it mentioned our recommendations of the task force. Patty Garrido was there, Tony Paloma was in the task force. Myself representing Department of Chamorro Affairs as a board of trustee member. Jennings Bond representing Preservation Trust, and Rosanna Martinez, Jennings Bond representing the review board, and Rosanna representing, and Dr. Hanatori. We reported on some recommendations as to where we can, or how to rebury and where. So that report on part 1, it's all in there. So that's my involvement, Senator.
Former SHPO, again, going back to the Matapang memorial and reburial, you said that a design was already made and that the land chosen there is the intended reinterment site. Who was involved in making the design for that memorial, and how were those decisions made? If you could explain more about that.
You can ask the Guam Historic Resources Division to look for the file on that project. It's called the San Vitor's Road Beautification Project. There's a file and it's all in there. I've started to create a database on all the burials. So it's up there in a box, and it will list the burials found in these project areas. So as to who the design, it's a draft design. It was just a committee started, and I think one of the engineers died or something, but it just things are happening too fast, or too many things going on. So I suggest Guam Historic Resources Division do some research on that and produce the file, and then you would know more. The design should be in there. Everything should be in that file. So that's a start. I think even the 1986, 84, 86 memorandum of agreement with the Suiheru Hotel at the time is there. So that's what I would suggest they look for the file. But there's the draft design already.
All right, we're almost up on time, but just asked Ms. Uggan about the Dundon Memorial that you were involved in. As to the design and the ceremonies that took place, yeah, how were those decisions made? Who was involved in that decision making, and how were those decisions made? What were they based on?
Okay, the land, Federal Highway was looking for off the easement, or I think that's on the easement or part of the, and they Joe Garidi was the lead person, and he mainly did the design and the language for the directional marker. My involvement is just to review it and agree to the language and to the design, but mostly it was the staff that participated in that design. And of course, Federal Highway needed to agree on the cost, the land area, because it's there off the easement. And I think it is being maintained by the mayor, Inarahan Mayor's office. So that's my involvement.
All right, and when you say staff, you mean staff of the Historic Preservation Office, right? The Guam.
The Guam Historic Resources Division, yeah, also known as the Historic, but legally they're called the Guam Historic Resources Division.
Okay, thank you. All right, I know there's so much more we want to talk about, but we're going to move now to our other panelists. Ian, you want to proceed? Ian Catling is a member of the State Historic Preservation Office. He's a Historic Preservation Officer. Thank you, Ian. Please proceed.
Thank you. So given the time constraints at the right now, what I'd like to really discuss are the positive movements that our office is making nowadays with regards to the subject matter of the reburial guidelines. And so historicguam.net, one more time, historicguam.net. If you go to our website, we are currently conducting one of many surveys in our outreach program. Thank you to Saina Hope Sobo. Thank you to Saina Linda Uggan for all of the work that they have done up until this point, right? They laid the groundwork, they laid the framework of how we should honor our ancestors, which I find is a beautiful thing. Now in 2022, it is time to sit back, reflect, and think about how we would like to carry this process forward. And so historicguam.net, please come to our website. We want to hear from the public. Now is the time for us to receive the public input as to what we would like as a community with regards to the reburial, the regards to the treatment of our ancestors, you know, because the implications in our future are so great with how well we treat our ancestors. So that is what I would like to discuss at this very moment in time.
Ian,
so,
thank you. Yes, can you also discuss for us, like, for example, the most recent monuments are the one at Sabanan Fading, for example, how the decisions were made in as to that monument, as to the ceremonies that took place?
Well, there are time constraints involved in that whole process. In terms of the amount of people that we can have on base, this is during the pandemic, still in the pandemic. So there were COVID protocols that needed to have been met during that time, in which limited the amount of people who could be present for the ceremony. In terms of how the memorial was set up, just due to the time constraints that we had to accomplish the goal, right? So I am going to quickly, verbatim, read off the Archaeological Resource Protection Act of 1979, right? This is to secure for the present and future benefit of the American people the protection of archaeological resources and sites which are on public lands and Indian lands, and to foster increased cooperation and exchange of information between governmental authorities, the professional archaeological community, and private individuals. And so, holding to that, that is the reason why we were allowed to be in that moment. Remember, this was the first time that we had a ceremony on a military installation. Just like with Dandan, that was the first time that they had a ceremony in which the federal government foot the bill. typically in all of these situations, the local government is footing the bill. And we've been doing it because we care so much about this topic that we are willing to take that hit. But now is the time in which we can put it to the other agencies, the federal government, and say, this is your obligation. This is your obligation according to the laws that have been written to you. So it is that time. And what we need is more community involvement, more community engagement, so we can let the community know, because we can't do this as individual people. I can't do it. The senator can't do it. We need the community to be involved in this entire process. So historicguam.net. Please come to our website.
Yeah, Ian, if we have time, I'd like to come back to you to really get some more details as to, so who made the determinations as to what the monument would look like? What did they determine must be, included or not included? And the ceremonies, yeah, whose input, I guess, was subscribed. But we'll come back, and I'm gonna check right now with Hope Cristobal, if you're available now to present.
I just wanted to actually, my part is to really share some of the photographs that I was able to ask friends because I'm busy doing things at that time. And so I've gathered some of these photographs and I like to just share it here. So let me see, can you go to the next slide? So Natun is the hometown of Matapang, and it is located right near the Okura area, the Okura Hotel, Aurora Resort it is now. So we have these two chanters. Please go on, because I think our time is going to be up. I'm sure Ms. Agun here remembers this site. This was the site that they used the term recovered or discovered. I think it was 30 feet down was the first burials that were found. I still to this day do not know exactly how many of the burials were retrieved from here. But our response to these happenings, these events, is purely out of respect and what we have learned from our elders, what we must do when there is exposure of our ancestral remains. And I don't call them ancient because we don't call the US as an ancient, and some of these burials are back to 18th century, 17th century burials. So these are our ancestors. We are definitely culturally related to them. I guess with the new sophisticated DNA technology, we could then find out how related we are to them. But our form of respect is usually called upon. We have rituals that we exercise. Please go on to the next slide. You can see here gathering. This is one of the large groups of people, but this is near the ocean. And we know that all along the coastlines, I'm sure there are upwards to hundreds of thousands of burials. So I kind of resent the idea that they're discovering these burials. These things should be already recorded. There have been previous archaeologists in the many years ago. So a lot of these areas are already marked. Go on to the next slide. So we are now responding to our ancestors to come and reinter them, or rather reconsecrate their burial areas, their sacred burial grounds. And it doesn't only include the exact site to where they are laid in, but the whole entire area there is a sacred area. So please go to the next one. Okay, so there you see Dr. Agun, and you see former Senator Ben Pangilinan responding, but this was a huge crowd that arrived here to pay their respects out of this duty, this sense of duty to assure that the spirits of our ancestors, as we know it and have been taught by our elders, as soon as you disturb their burial grounds or desecrate their burial grounds, their spirits are, we call it manlalaylay, meaning they're in a disturbed state. and anything can happen. So we converge on this area with our children to teach them that we must always have this and continue this respect for our elders, and continue to maintain this community respect. So Sigina, the next, I have quite a few. Yeah, so you know that circle that Lincoln had showed earlier. Go ahead to the next slide. So what I would do is go to the site and kind of assess the area. This was down in Goknya, and I went to see whether there were any burials that were exposed, and so whether we could do our typical traditional blessing. All right, so we have all these signs around all the time, and of course some of the archaeologists. This is a private area. Parts of this, I believe, is public. I think Ms. Ogden will let us know whether it's public or private, but I know that the Nelsons were here, both Ted, former Senator Ted Nelson, and his wife, defunta Gloria Nelson was there. I know that they claim ownership of parts of this area. Please move to the next. All right, we usually get in touch with our grassroots leaders first and inform them what is happening there, and then they come and help us. So our Tamuning Mayor's office was down there to help us set this up. This just shows how easy it is. You see a femur bone here sticking out of the ground. It really turns your stomach to see, even though they are old, they are our ancestors' remains, and we have to pay respect, and we have to make sure that they are respected. See the next slide, please. And so we have a lot of children, and we're trying to make sure that they too understand the value of making this reconnection to our ancestors through their prayers and supplications for the spirits. Sige, next slide, please. I think we have here, you see Teddy Nelson in the foreground here, and Gloria Nelson. And so what we do is we usually put together the ceremony, we announce it, we let people know, and people come on their own will to come and pay their respects. A lot of these people feel that this is an obligation of theirs. As you know, even our faningi, there's a whole reason why we do that. When we faningi, we basically are taking in we call it the smell. Ngingi is the Chamorro word for smell, but we are in essence inhaling the spirits of our ancestors. That's what we believe we're doing. So next slide, please. Okay, this was at Magwa last April 2021. Next slide. One of our organizers for the event. We understood, even though we couldn't go into the base, because of course none of us were military, we held our thing at the Ritidian Point there at the overlook. And so we invited quite a few of our own children. Please, next slide. Next slide. We usually talk about the history of the area there and what it means to us. And then we try to use our guasali. Our guasali is our four-sided white flower that is found along the cliff lines. It has a whole history to it. Our ancestors used it for making torches to walk through the night, the darks of the night, to cross the, to get to where they're going. So move forward. Next slide, please. And so we get quite a response from our own people who want to pay their respects. And unfortunately, we had to do this outside the fence. But we believe that our ceremony, our sacred ceremony of a way of reconsecrating these desecrated burial grounds or these desecrated cultural areas, that our way helps to soothe our spirits, because we do believe that you can get hurt. And so we were basically asking forgiveness for the contractor, for the anyone who's worked and desecrated, dug and removed and taken out of its burial grounds our ancestors' remains. Next slide. As a speaker has stated, the new regulations and new policies that are now being set up, I just wanted to state that, my daughter here is helping me out, to state that we really do need to do a comprehensive review, because as speakers stated, a lot of these executive orders that come down the line, and you know, they're in bits and pieces and places. And I know that Linda Agon, in all her years of being a state historic preservation officer, has she was the one who contracted Dr. Tom King to put together the you know, historic preservation law or review of what can be done here. And I'm hoping that that study can be used to help us put together a very comprehensive Guam historic preservation law, because we have not gotten there yet. We're still desecrating burials. I would like to see, many of our people prefer to see it in situ, and as they tried to do in Dundan, they tried to keep it there. And so what's happening with the Naftan Manyaynata is that they're now going to be relocated, and it's for those burials that are found, for example, under the roads or along utility easements and stuff like that. It seemed to me that even with utility easements, you can leave them in their burial grounds. And the idea of digging and digging and digging, do we really need to dig all of the bodies of our ancestors out from their sacred burials? Do we really need to do that? I mean, we have enough archaeological information from, you know, previous studies that it's just not, to me, not necessary. I know there's an archaeological guideline, a professional archaeological guideline. And like, for example, what happened in Ritidian, you know, it was Hornbuzzle, wasn't it, Linda, that said, enough is enough. On the surface, it's okay. And I think we need to respect the burials that are here. And so that didn't happen. They just continue to dig and dig and dig. How much more are our ancestors going to suffer, or are the spirits of our ancestors going to be left to be lai? And I don't know if we to show this. Can I share this quickly?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there it is. Can you see it?
Is this a video?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's no sound. I blocked out the sound.
Okay.
I knew it was Bill.
Okay.
This is the different ceremony. See, there's one in the evening. That's the one she showed.
Yeah. We also conducted early morning this is the sunrise before the sun came up. And yeah.
Oh.
This is, yeah, and this was the largest participation of hundreds of people. By the way, I just wanted to say that in 85, 86, at the Matapang burials, I was able to get about 200 of our manumkus. We had mass said in Tomhum Church, and then we processed over there I remember seeing Tan Marian Leon Guerrero, who owned land there, and she was upset that the bulldozers were, back then, we call it bulldozer archaeology. that was what was happening. That's what stirred our emotions to come to the rescue of our Chamorro ancestors' spirits. And so 200 of our Manainas from the various senior citizen centers were able to come and join us to reconsecrate Matapang Beach. But we were not able to stop the percolation basin project there. And so now, there's Dr. Bennett Dunca, Defunta Bennett, who is the author of our Inifresi. Just wanting you to see that. With Matapang, I just want you all to know that the grounds at Adelup today is an archaeological place, because they just took bulldozers, dug out the sand and mined the sand and Matapang and spread it all over Adelup in order to smooth the rocks there so that they can have a nice lawn. And this is that circular burial area that we were told was going to eventually be turned into like a family beach type. Well, as soon as the ceremony was over, a beach bar went up instead.
I was surprised to see my mother, Dr. Agen there. I wasn't there for the Natun, also the Akura.
Yes.
I would have stopped the project. I was transferred out. So the current Shippo was the Shippo then. And the other one is the Gokna. I wasn't there either. And there was so much ruckus going on. I just felt really disheartened by what was going on. So I just wanted to clarify that, Sina.
Yeah, well, I thought our elders, they know what to do the right thing.
Yeah, that's right. Nice, very nice.
Cristobal, just keep playing the video, but I want to thank you for this, for all the memories and for the leadership in this regard, and seeing these people, so many of them have passed. It's very moving. I was present for these ceremonies, and they do change our lives. They change our lives. They change our children's lives, and rightly so, right? And it was healing for us to participate in these things while we are facing some destruction. So just to clarify, so the earlier photos she showed was a ceremony if you're looking at the beach, to the right of the beach bar where it's current jungle. This ceremony we're looking at here, this video took place pretty much before they built the beach bar in that area. And both of them significant, different periods of time, different circumstances, of course, just as in all the other burials and the reburials that we have seen. And I want to point out, and I want to thank Megan Alvarez, who is one of the archaeologists at the State Historic Preservation Office right now, for talking about, for answering some of our questions. But sorry, before I move on to that. So the video we're seeing at the current Gun Beach,
thank you very much.
Beach bar location, it's called Beach Bar at what some people call Gun Beach. That is the area where the round circles are located now, the round concrete circles that Lincoln showed earlier. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So these are two locations that we talked about at Gotnya. Sometimes they refer to Nico as Gotnya as well. So 3 different locations we've discussed today, many different locations, but those round concrete circles in the parking lots, that's in the area in the video that Sina Cristobal just showed. All right, thank you so much. And thank you all of you who have placed comments and questions on here. And so I just want to read. So we had asked each of the panelists to talk about, how were the decisions made? And so Sina Hope discussed, what they were going for.
I have 2 helpers here. I have 2 helpers. So I'm glad that they were here.
Yes, and obviously many people involved. And so as to the most recent monument that was put in place, and Megan Alvarez, the archaeologist, is pointing out that the burials were left in place at Sabanang Fadang. All right, so they were opened up tried to determine how many there were. They did studies around the area to determine if there were more within their, you know, they have a certain methodology to determine if there's any more in the same location. And then they built the memorial. So they were left there and then recovered and reburied. They did remove for temporarily, I believe, a vase that was found there, and it was a large pottery that was put in the place of a skull in one of the burials. And so they removed that temporarily, maybe for study. And then that was also part of an earlier ceremony. I wasn't at that ceremony, but I read about it, that there was an earlier ceremony where they put the vase back in, covered those burials. And so then when they were constructing the monument for the first set of burials at Saban and Fadang, they discovered more burials. And for those burials, they had that ceremony that Lincoln showed that was in the newspaper with 50 people. And of course, in segments. And so, and the Magua, there were human remains found at Magua, a separate area again. And those, as far as I remember, are not reburied. They were discussing to put them into the Saban and Fadang area. I'm not sure what's the final decision on that, Megan, if you could let us know. But also, okay, so for the monument up at Saban and Fadang, Megan clarifies that it's Joe Garrido from the Guam Historic Resources Division of the Department of Parks and Rec who took the lead to design the monument. And the Joint Region Marianas accepted that design and the SHPO's plans for the memorial as drawn up by Mr. Garrido. The ceremony itself was planned and organized by Malia Ramirez, who is also the historian at the same office, the Guam Historic Resources Division, the SHPO's office at the Department of Parks and Rec. All right, and I agree with you, the comments that are saying many more discussions were needed. We realized when we began that this is just tip of the iceberg, really just to show. I wanted you all to get an idea, you know, these are places you can access, that you should be able to access, try to access, and see how you feel, and see how you, you know, think we should move forward in not just marking these places, in reburying, in our efforts to preserve in place, and especially in our efforts to in the ceremonies. And I think has Sina Hope and Ms. Uggan and Ian, I think we all agree that, and Lincoln, that we all agree that we have to involve our youth, we have to involve our manamko, we have to learn from each other. And it's going to be incumbent on each other to do this work. We have to be there. We have to be present. We have to mourn. We have to pay respects. And we have to help each other determine the best ways to do that, and the most respectful ways, and the most productive ways going forward. And so I want to thank all of the panelists. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your willingness to, you know, share your work, your struggles, sometimes this type of work, and all of you who've joined us who are doing historic preservation work. You know, we have to put in, you have to put in all your mental capacity, your physical capacity, and a lot of times you're putting your heart all in. And this, maybe we suffer, you know, issues because of that, including heartbreak. I think we can all agree. Heartbreak is one of the casualties that we're going to have to put up with as we go along, but we can do better. And I think we should be motivated and hopefully inspired by those who presented that we will and we can do better, but we need to work together, and we will need to work together. And we need a lot more time to discuss this. And many people, including the Historic Preservation Office, the Guam Preservation Trust, the Guam Legislature, many people, many organizations who have led these ceremonies themselves have agreed to further these discussions, and we are all looking forward to that. And again, to the University of Guam for including this panel as part of your research conference, and this very important discussion that we have been able to have today.
Thank you, Speaker Therese Terlaje. Thank you also to all of your panelists. Very good presentation. Thank you for sharing your time with us. We're going to take maybe just one or two questions because we have already gone over time. I did receive one question on the side. If any of our attendees wanted to get a digital copy of the presentation, who would they get into contact with? Or I guess
that would
be, okay.
Yes, you can go ahead and email Senator Terlaje Guam@gmail.com and I can tend to your request.
That so
or if I could add, for more details on the actual sites, please go to the Historic Preservation Office. You can make requests there in writing and they will assist you to gain access to the reports of these particular sites and the burials.
All right. Do we have maybe just one question for the panel? And thank you for sharing the email information in the chat. Maybe one question. I'll give you guys maybe a couple seconds to type your inquiries.
I'll go ahead and fill the time up, Cassandra. I just want to take note that of all the monuments that I've seen, the best looking one was at Nico. And it was because a bunch of us took Nico to court. And just before the proceedings began, the hotel owners buckled down and asked to meet with us. And we asked them to dedicate an area just for our Chamorro people to be able to pay respects to our ancestors. And when I spoke with the doctor from UOG, Mark, he told me there was only 161 burials there. And now I hear from, so we're gonna have to compare notes. Ms. Budasi, Lincoln, you stated that it was over 300. I know that that ceremony where they wrapped it up in guafak and all that was wonderful. I mean, it was very respectful. However, the Hyatt has 524 burials and they have an 18-inch tall pedestal to remember our ancestors by. It's not satisfactory. There are many different variants, differences of these monuments. We need to standardize them, especially the kinds of information that they should have.
Okay, thank you. We do have, I'm just going to take one question. We have a question from Ms. Eva Cruz. Are there any efforts to collaborate with our brothers and sisters in the CNMI regarding this process, as the development and treatment of our ancestors is also happening up north?
Yes, currently, I think that's something that we are working on or going to work on, but it will take different entities to do that as well. So we've got a good relationship between the Guam Historic Preservation Office and the CNMI Historic Preservation Office in that regard. But I haven't seen any direct work on any particular sites together, but a very excellent suggestion.
Okay.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to just state that the mandate for Comisión Fino Chamorro does allow us, because we are a nation building organization and we're constantly working to do that, perhaps the Comisión Fino Chamorro can be given the responsibility to set up the protocols and the management protocols for handling our burials. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's all the time we have for lots of great questions. Again, if you want to get in contact with any of the panelists that appeared today for more information, or if you have further questions, like to continue the conversation elsewhere, they did drop their email in the chat. Otherwise, that is our last presentation for the 43rd Annual class annual research conference. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you again to all of the presenters. Some of I know joined us for this last one. Before we all split and you guys enjoy the rest of your day, we would like our attendees to take a survey. One of our members for Glee has just dropped the survey link in chat. So if you can go ahead and take that survey, tell us about your ARC experience today, we would really appreciate. Otherwise, that's all I have. Thank you again for joining us for this conference, and we hope to see you next year at the 44th class ARC. Thank you.
Adios. Iba. Okay.
Iba.
Iba Mestre Mo.